for the people. But the people are retarded.
Developing through technology an ability for consumers to measure their own carbon footprint. What does that mean? That's where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So individual carbon footprint tracker. Stay tuned. We don't have it operational yet, but this is something that we're working on.
We recognize different ages for different purposes. We recognize 18 for the draft. We recognize 16 for driving in some states. We recognize 21 for drinking. So we recognize different ages for different purposes. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr.
Could
Chairman.
I have a second to engage that?
Certainly. I'll yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Would the chairman join me in co-sponsoring a bill to raise the draft age to 21?
No.
But the chairman feels that their brains aren't fully formed at 18, 19, and 20.
The research does indicate that in certain respects, but the Selective Service needs, I mean, if the country needs people, it needs people.
It needs people whose brains aren't fully.
To say that based off of your comments, you're suggesting that these women at these abortion rallies are ugly and overweight?
Yes.
What do you say to people who think that those comments are offensive?
Be offended.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him. What do we do now?
Back to them, or do you want to stay with Donald Trump?
Fuck Joe Biden.
Refuse to go along with this, and I'd see through all of your lies, Barack Obama, you wicked, wicked devil!
Welcome back to another night of Stick with Koolfrogg. It looks like AmericaShirts decided to join me right away. Shirt off.
Yeah.
How's it going, man?
Alex Jones style. How's it going?
Hello, Mad Hats. Hello, Super V. Hello, Ann. Hello, Chris Rowland. How is it going
morning to you.
today?
Says good morning. I don't know where
He says good morning. I don't know where Chris is out of, but that's awesome. It's awesome that it's morning time for him. Right, the other side of the planet.
Other side of the pond. Huh.
What did Joe Potato Joe say? True international. He says a lot of weird, strange things that just don't make any sense whatsoever. What's up, Koolfrogg shirts? Huh? We've made offspring. Koolfrogg.
Oh,
shirts.
he says just after midnight. That kind of morning.
That kind of morning. So he hasn't gone to bed yet. He's just saying good morning. That's always fun. Whoa, rally, sport rally. Yeah, no, it's fine, bro. I was just teasing you because we read our text the way we see it. So, I really seriously, you know how much research I did today?
As much as I did.
As much as you did. Yeah, absolutely none. So, we're just going to have fun with it. I actually seriously, I started watching it and I actually stopped because I'm like, oh my God, this is gold. And I know there's some people that just totally despise this lady, but we're going to still watch her anyway, because watching the Vice President of the United States in her full glory.
Oh, you know what? Scratch that. I don't have the articles pulled up with this, but Nancy Pelosi got a shit ton of money from Nvidia.
Oh, really?
And several other
kill shot,
like electronic type stuff that Taiwan makes, because the whole thing with her going to Taiwan was just for her to make money.
Sure.
Wasn't actually I was thinking like, oh, she
obviously she isn't going to go there for no reason. She's going to go there for.
She goes. She threatens to go there, right? Or she says she's going to go there,
right?
And so she tries to go over there. What it does is that, well, people are thinking, and of course China's threatening, like, oh my God, you come over here, we're going to bomb the hell out of your plane or whatever. But then she announces at the last second, oh, I'm not actually stopping Taiwan. It's just all a ploy because she's going to make money from the products that are made from Taiwan, all those electronic things, NVIDIA being one of the big ones. And so she just made a boatload of money.
We actually watched. We paid attention. We actually did something that with her husband, whatever, a couple weeks ago, where we actually checked out what he actually purchased, like how many millions of dollars he actually purchased in NVIDIA, as well as other electronics goods. So I mean, it's not a surprise that she's going over there to make some kind of money.
Yep, and now she's like, oh, just kidding. So all those stocks went up 10 to 20 times their normal value. And they just sold it all.
Oh, there's a developing story from the president as well. Interesting. We're going to totally hit on Nancy Pelosi again. We're going to talk.
You should totally bring up that Jack Posobiec thing interaction with Jon Stewart and the Capitol grounds.
We can get some stuff set up while we're actually previewing or viewing this. It's not that long. But it's the vice president of the United States, and it's totally worth listening to, because we get to pick on her. It's not that long at all. I'm going to say it's like she talked for like 15, 20 minutes maybe.
Oh my God, that's an eternity with that freako.
Yeah, well, it's always fun to watch this freako. Hello, Sparks. Everybody that's in here, if you haven't already, please make sure that you subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, share this out, let all your friends know where you're actually at, get them in here to actually join the conversation with you. We do try interacting with our chat as much as we possibly can. I noticed that there isn't a single wrench in here at the moment. I went through with a finer tooth comb, and I actually selected some randoms that or people that I actually trust. Handing out wrenches to just about anybody is not safe for any channel, because then you're able to actually do things that I really wouldn't want you to do. I know there's a lot of people that don't understand what you can actually do with them, but they can be dangerous if you don't know exactly what you're doing, and you could totally tank somebody for absolutely no reason. So, Gene, you're going to get one back. I need you to do me a favor. I'm going to throw a link at you, assuming that you're part of Discord somewhere. I'm going to throw a link at you so that you can actually private message me, and we'll get you into this Discord. So that way I can actually add you to a mod list. So that way we can, all my mods can actually talk to each other. So this here, and anybody can actually do this and actually, throw me a message if they really feel the need. That's my DM me through my Twitter page, and we'll figure something out. We'll totally get that wrench back to you. So totally hit that up, DM me. You can follow me over there. I want to go through my Twitter again, because I got a ton of people in my Twitter that seriously do not talk to, and I want to get that narrowed down to people I actually talk to, as it just being a bunch of random people. I don't have Twitter or Discord. Is there a way that you can actually get a hold of you to actually
email?
Because I'd like to get that back to you. I'm not gonna. Well, I suppose I can. I mean, Koolfrogg@gmail.com. It's as simple as that. Throw an email at me or whatever. We'll figure it out. I want to actually talk to you before we actually just start giving stuff back, and we'll figure something out. Otherwise, everybody else that doesn't have a wrench, if you want one or need one, feel that you can actually, do something good for me, totally hit up that Twitter page, DM me. There's a couple of you that you could hit me up, or that are already in my Discord, that you could hit me up so that we can actually add you to that group. That being said, let's kind of delve into this a little bit. Sorry, Divinity. I know that you're going to be like, I hate this lady, but it is what it is. Thank you for being here.
She identifies as the birthing person with the khaki pantsuit.
She is a woman with a khaki pantsuit.
No. Birthing person today.
Oh, she's a birthing person.
Don't ask
today?
me why. I don't know. It's just the way it goes.
A they them birthing person with a khaki suit.
Please have a seat. Please
I
have
know.
a seat.
Sorry, Divinity.
I said to Andy, he did an excellent job. You know, public speaking is very difficult, but you hope that at the end of
For who?
Of your presentation,
Public speaking is
that you
difficult.
not only
She actually says
share
something true
that
for
people
herself
may
for
not
once.
know, and in that way, but that you help them to feel something. And your words caused all of us to feel something about our mutual commitment.
Yeah, acid reflux.
So thank you for that. Outstanding.
That's what we all felt. A little
Good
bit
afternoon,
of acid
everyone.
reflux.
Good afternoon. It's good to be with everyone. And I want to just thank all of you for being here and for all
Thanks,
that you
Ann.
have done. You know, it is a very challenging time in our country right now on this topic and many others. And it is good to be back in Miami with all of you and with the leaders who are here.
I bet it is good to be in the free state of Florida.
On the campus of FIU to discuss a very important topic. And I particularly want to thank the members of our administration, the leaders who have been doing extraordinary work on this subject. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, NOAA, yes? NOAA Administrator Rick Spinyard, and FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell.
I take it Divinity stepped out the room.
I also want to thank the members of Congress
I'll
who
be
are
back
here.
in 25, 30 minutes.
We have Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, who is here.
Yes, Raleigh.
Oh my God, Frederica
today.
Wilson.
And Congresswoman
She's
Sheila
the freakazoid who wears the
McCormick,
giant
who is here.
clown cowboy hat.
They were kind enough to meet
It's like
me
this
on the
bright
tarmac
neon
as
pink
we arrived
clown
this
cowboy
afternoon,
hats
so
and black
thank
and
you.
blue and
And
different
I also want to
freaky
thank the
looking
local
colors and crap.
officials who are here,
I
including
mean, she looks
the
like
mayor
she
of Miami
belongs in a
Beach,
mental
Dan
asylum.
Gelber. And to everyone, thank you for your leadership and thank you for your hard work. So for years, our nation and many of us have discussed, have lamented, have talked about the threat of climate change.
Okay, so if you not understand, so there's teleprompter on each side of that, right? You see these little pieces of glass that she's looking at. She's looking at her teleprompter is what she's doing. So half of the sentence is on this side, the other half of the sentence is on the other side. So she's going to continuously look from one panel to the next and back and forth the whole time. It's
You want to talk about climate change? I mean, the shit that pours out of her mouth is enough methane to cause acid rain across the entire face of the earth at this point. I mean, like, she
Brian.
is the threat to climate change right now. Maybe we need to stick a cork in her face, not up a cow's ass. How about that?
Brian, I caught your message off of yesterday's episode. If there's a way that I can actually get, if you can go to like my Twitter page, it's just Koolfrogg. It's easy to find. Send me a private. We'll hold a conversation before we do anything. I just want to make sure what we're actually going to talk about, what we'll go through, and we'll see if we can't get you on. Because I know that you were interested, so we'll figure something out with you eventually.
For years, we debated the potential impact that climate change could have on our communities, on our country, and our world. And today, we know the impact if folks weren't clear about it before. Just watch the evening news and see that the time for debate is long past.
You hear that, folks? No
Climate
debating.
change
Do what the government
has
tells you
become
now,
a climate
or else.
crisis, and a threat has now become a reality. In recent days, deadly floods have swept through Missouri and Kentucky, washing away entire neighborhoods, leaving at least 35 dead including babies, children.
Now we care about
As
babies?
has been
Exactly.
reported, 4 children from one family.
And she literally said on video, "Oh, mothers are having children. They're having
So the
babies." She said
devastation
babies.
is
And she says that's a bad thing. But now we're concerned about babies.
Right, now we are, because,
Burning them.
climate change is washing them away.
real. The harm is real. The impact is real.
Ask your question.
And we are witnessing it in real time. In the West, an historic mega drought has made access to clean water
Mega drought?
increasingly uncertain.
What the hell?
In my home state
Listen to
of
this science,
California,
folks.
wildfires burned more than 2.5 million acres last year alone. Andy and I were talking about it. My brother-in-law's a firefighter, and I thank you for giving praise
funny.
to all of those who
We should smile and laugh
dedicated
about
their
it.
lives to that work. Devastating. It has been devastating what we are witnessing to so many families and so many communities. And over the past few days in California, the McKinney fire has left 2 dead and forced thousands in California to evacuate their homes. And here in Florida, every year, more and more powerful hurricanes.
Hold on a second here. So Brian says, does anyone think that this move Biden made in taking out the lead he called out?
That's the other news story today.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. There's some breaking news. After we're done with this lady, we're going to totally go to that, and then we'll move ourselves over to Nancy Pelosi and her stuff that she's going on, and I'm sure that we'll kind of catch some other stuff that had come through today.
Hurricanes and tropical storms make landfall on the coast. In addition, across our nation, heat waves have forced tens of millions of people to endure record-setting temperatures. Last year, our nation experienced a total of 20 climate-driven
I wonder what they would ever
extreme
do.
weather
Sit in the air
events,
conditioning?
which caused each
Man, we really need to get rid of that power now, don't we?
more
Get
than
rid of the air
$1
conditioning, the
billion
electric power to do that
in damage.
through
Each
coal.
one.
Yeah, get rid of that. That's going to really help. Because then there won't be any air conditioning. There'll be centralized air conditioning in the middle of a town that you have to travel to every day in order to cool down worth shit, according to her, right? But that'll be better than you having your own AC unit in your house.
Chris, I see your hidden message. Yeah, I believe that's probably what's actually going on there.
More than $1 billion in damage, each one. And more importantly, resulted in the death of about 700 people. Earlier today at the National Hurricane Center, I received a briefing on extreme weather fueled by climate change. And the takeaway is clear. As the climate crisis gets worse, extreme weather will pose a rapidly growing danger.
We should pay more taxes to help
rapidly
change that,
growing
because
number of communities.
paying people
So,
money
to protect
changes
the
how
people
things
That
work.
always helps.
of our nation, let us understand
Hey, Tom.
that we can match
Shut up, don't
that
think about it. Stop
desire
thinking. Stop
with
thinking.
action,
Just do what she
and
says.
that we must act now.
Hello, Princess.
When does and I can tell you, President Joe Biden and I, we understand that when disaster strikes anywhere in America, we have a duty to act. And I think we all know here, we all as leaders certainly have the capacity to act, to provide
Oh, God.
support and resources.
If it wasn't
Has
so
been
painful,
a
it'd be
goal
funny.
and a priority for our community, but for our administration, so that we can respond and recover and rebuild when disaster hits certain communities. The President and I also have a duty to act not only after disaster strikes, but before disaster strikes, and that is why we
You
are
are
here
the
today.
disaster that struck. Save us from yourself. Remove yourself from office
Today,
and
our
go lay in a
administration
ditch
is
somewhere.
investing more than $1 billion through FEMA to fund climate-resilient projects in 343 cities, towns, and counties around our nation.
Yes, Brian, I see it. I start it when we actually get to
And here's how it
covering
works. So local
that. We'll
governments
actually
apply
answer
for
that
these
question.
grants. They tell us which projects would be most impactful. And together then, we build those projects. For example, our administration is partnering with Kern County in California to invest in underground water storage so families can have access to clean water during droughts. We are partnering with Austin, Texas, to upgrade Austin's power grid so that homes and businesses and houses of worship can keep on the electricity during summer heat and winter storms. And we are partnering with folks right here in Miami. Together, we will invest $50 million to protect low-lying neighborhoods from sea level rise and storm surge.
Yes, I see that one too. I got 2 of them starred for you.
All of these projects will create good jobs and good union jobs in our communities. And these projects will also
union
strengthen
jobs are
our
always the
economy
best
by
thing.
preventing billions of dollars
All
of
the people in the
damage
crowd.
from extreme weather. This $1 billion
Somebody poked their
investment
ass
is
with a
double
jab.
what our
They
administration
go,
did
"Wow!"
last year. And as President Biden
Didn't expect that
recently
one.
announced, next year we will be doubling that investment once again to more than $2 billion.
Keep on telling us how many
In awarding
billions of
these
dollars we're
grants, we have
spending.
paid special attention to the issue of equity, something that has been an area of focus for our administration from the beginning.
Your
We
focus.
know that the
Nobody
impact
else's,
of the
just
climate
yours.
crisis is not felt equally across all communities. Consider, heat waves pose a greater threat to people who don't have air conditioning or who work in high heat workplaces, such as warehouses or farm fields.
That's where all the
Emergency
brown people work,
evacuations
ladies and gentlemen, according to
often
Kamala
more
Harris. You heard it right
difficult
here.
for people with disabilities. For example, people who use wheelchairs.
She just said
or people
all the
who are
Hispanics
visually
and all the
impaired.
blacks need to work out in the fields
And
and in the hard
emergency
places of work. But all you
evacuations can
white
also be
people
more
and elite
difficult
people like
for
myself,
folks who travel with
as
sick
Indian
or
native people,
aging
or us
family
Indian
members,
people
such as a child
not
who
of
might
native descent,
require constant
we all can sit in
medical
our high rises and
attention.
air conditioning.
And low-income communities,
So we'll put up little,
including rural
air conditioning
communities,
hubs for all
often
you
do
peasants.
not have the resources that are needed to invest in resilience or to rebuild after disaster has struck. The climate crisis has exposed and intensified generations of economic and environmental inequities that have been present in communities across our nation. And our administration remains committed to addressing those inequities through environmental justice.
Somebody that wrote Joe Biden's speeches from the 70s, 80s, and 90s wrote this speech for him.
Yeah, you think so? Is that what's going on?
Oh, I'm just, that's just my opinion. I don't know.
Awarding these grants, we
My
have
viewpoint.
prioritized projects that will protect the communities that are disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. And these
Poor kids are just as
investments are
smart,
one
just as
part
good as white
of a
kids.
larger
Says Kamala Harris now. Poor people are just as good and just as bright as white people and Indians that come from India, says Kamala.
So Princess says, what about the fact that they scammed people into signing up for Flex Energy? An electric company has the power to turn your AC off whenever the F they want. There are red flags all... Brian says there are red flags all over this. This was no-no. They screwed a partner in order to send a message. Oh, I'm guessing that has something to do with the other.
Yeah, Cat Princess. I've heard about things like that. I don't know all the ins and outs of that, but I've heard enough about it. I mean, I don't know all the specifics to be able to sit here and have a discussion about it, but I do know a decent amount about that kind of a thing, and that is really screwed up.
fight. The most effective way to protect our nation is not only to address the effects of climate disasters, but to address the cause of the climate crisis itself.
Which is you.
Yep.
You
Clap.
are the
Hurry
cause.
up.
And that is why last
It wouldn't
year
exist if you
we
didn't
set an ambitious
sit
goal.
here and force it down everyone's throat.
Our nation will cut our greenhouse gas emissions in half by no later than
Again,
2030.
you let off more greenhouse
And
gas
by no
emissions from
later
your
than
laughter than
2050,
anyone else.
We will reach
Put a cork in
net
it.
zero emissions. Some say that is an ambitious goal. I say it is doable. It is doable. Think about it. The transportation sector is our nation's single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. So, to address that, we have invested tens of billions of dollars to put more electric vehicles on the road.
Worthless
In
shit.
fact, when I was in the United States Senate,
Again,
we were able
she's
to do
announcing the
work
collapse
of
of
saying
our
that we
infrastructure and electric grid, ladies and gentlemen. That's what she's telling you. Because there is no green infrastructure. It does not exist. Even if there are electric cars enough to do what she's talking about, the power grid cannot supply it. The power grid's at its max already. And they keep cutting down the power and they keep cutting down quote unquote carbon emission stuff. She is announcing what collapse looks like. Every time she says green, every time she says, oh, there's green infrastructure, just think nothing. Just think a bunch of electric vehicles just sitting around doing nothing, because that's exactly what it's going to be. And there's not going to be infrastructure. If they get what they want. And this is why we have to get rid of Biden and her. You understand that? Like, we have to do this. We have no other choice, or they're going to shove us off a cliff, and God knows how long this depression will last. And again, this is dragflation, so this is inflation skyrocketing and a depression coming in. I mean, it's just holy hell. And then the supply chain break it down and everything. It's just, I mean, they have to be impeached. They have to be stopped. We got to do it now. We got to do it this next turnaround. Excuse me, in November. Or they're going to get their way, and God knows what the hell will happen.
Right. Hello, BLT. Hello, John Apocalypse. Welcome. If anybody hasn't, make sure you subscribe, like, share, do all those fun things.
We were able to do the work of saying that we should focus on the issue of electric school buses. And I was proud to introduce the first piece of legislation to electrify our nation's fleet of school buses.
She keeps on bringing up school buses everywhere she goes.
And the transition is now underway. For example, in Miami-Dade County, public schools will soon have 50 electric school buses on the
Again,
roads.
transition means moving to collapse, means 2030, means great reset. That's what this is all saying. That's what she's saying.
It's the dumbest shit ever. She's like, yeah, there's going to be 30 school buses, and watch as they're trying to transport these kids or whatever, and they forgot to plug in the buses the night before, and they can't move. They can't do anything. So then every kid misses school that day, and they're just going to be,
There's Alan Walsh.
Disaster.
Alan Walsh, I think, did he say he was in Scotland or just the UK? Oh, well, in the UK.
We in UK have
pull his tweet up. His tweet. Pull his chat up.
Might be having blackouts in the winter months. The last time we had blackouts was in the 70s.
This is what they want right here. How the hell are you going to run an electric vehicle to transport mass amounts of goods from one end of the country to the other if there's countless blackouts and not enough power to do anything? Oh yeah, you're not. This is what they want all over the Western world. This is a UN plan. This is a WEF plan. This is their Agenda 2030. This is what they want.
Yeah, Trevor. Yeah, Wikipedia. That's a good place to go. Lists all coal power plants in the U.S. Look at the retirement date column. Yeah, exactly. They're really seriously. I doubt that those are even accurate. I almost think that some of those retirement dates may be a little sooner than what they're actually suggesting. Let's see. Brian Manu says, I think Kamala is playing the game of Al Gore. I think she is going to screw the Democrat Party. She has been out of character since she took this position. She's not the same person. I mean, that's a good, interesting thought. She really, I mean, when you look back, I mean, she really did change quite a bit. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, she's a complete dumbass. I don't know.
Afford anything. Coal,
I don't know about
food, gasoline, housing, everything. Everything is just exorbitant. You just really can't afford anything right now. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
That's why you go to buymeacoffee.com/Koolfrogg and you support me immediately to help me, raise my family as well.
And that is not all. Our administration has also invested $65 billion into the electric grid and transmission infrastructure for our nation. So to build thousands of miles of new resilient transmission lines. And in that way, we can move clean energy from where it is created.
No natural resources needed to build any of this infrastructure.
No, none.
None at all. I mean,
Because see, we're going to run electric cranes and, like lifters to lift people up to put the wires up and stuff, And then we're going to coat the wires with imaginary plastic that come from imaginary non-oils.
I see your thought there, Alan Walsh. Yep, exactly. Fuck off, Kamala.
Created to where it is needed. It is literally about the transportation of energy. So think from a wind farm in Iowa to a suburb in Chicago, or from a solar farm in Nevada to a family farm in Missouri. How exciting is that? And it will make our nation more energy independent. And it will lower electricity bills for millions of working families. So these investments are an important step forward, and our nation will soon take another great step forward in our fight against the climate crisis. President Biden and I strongly support the agreement announced last week by Leader Schumer and Senator Manchin. In addition to lowering the cost of health care,
everybody needs to play this clip against Joe Manchin in the state of West Virginia.
Will invest nearly $370 billion in clean energy, zero-emission vehicles, environmental justice, and more. This is an historic opportunity to advance our fight against the climate crisis. And so, Congress, we ask that you pass it immediately.
And I'm with Lauren Boebert. They need to actually wait 5 days and read everything that's stuck in it. Because, dang well they ain't going to do some simple little bill.
And we are experiencing it in real time. And we have the ability, dare I say the responsibility, to take urgent action to protect the people of our nation. And again, we all have a role to play. So Miami, I know that you know the urgency of this moment. You are living it every day. And your voice is so important on this issue. If we act now, and we act together, we can protect our communities from the disasters.
We need to impeach this administration immediately, and not voting for her in 2020 is too long.
And make sure all people can breathe clean air, drink clean water.
They're announcing these emergency type acts they want to do.
Access to clean
Federal
energy.
Reserve has announced they want a central bank cryptocurrency by 2023, next year.
We can do this. We can build a more equitable future.
Impeach Joe Biden for all this stuff, and her for all of it too.
Build a more
one at a time or all together. I don't give a shit.
That's within our sights.
Uh-oh. What happened?
I'm sitting here talking with my
And in
mic
the
off. That's what I'm
process,
doing.
yes,
Oh.
we will create millions of good jobs.
Well, whatever it was,
in
it
the
was good.
clean energy economy.
I enjoyed that
I
commentary.
know it was. It was great.
So, to the leaders here, I say, Miami, together we are building that future, and we will not tire in spite of all that we are witnessing that shows us such tragedy. I know that while we send our prayers and our love.
So basically what I said is, we can't stop at just impeaching, the top two. We need to actually look closer. We need to actually look at who's in 3 and 4. We need to actually, Nancy Pelosi.
Oh yeah, the whole
Zawahiri,
administration. I mean, all of them. Yeah,
go
absolutely.
all the way back down if you want, and take out the whole 535 members of Congress and just start over again. Set up term limits right now. Don't wait, just do it. Get these people out of there.
We also, with each day, renew our commitment to the urgency of now and the ability that we have collectively, all of us in it together, to do something about it. May God bless you, and may God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
I hate that lady. She's just one of the worst.
And may you go die in a ditch. I mean, live happily ever after. In Minecraft. All in Minecraft, ladies and gentlemen.
So, we're going to move on to the resident of the White House. This guy. That looks horrible. See if I can't. Okay. Apparently Al-Zawahiri doesn't want me to actually, make it look any better than it already does. So real quick before we actually hit on what's going on here, there's a couple of pinned messages that I have up here that came through from Brian Manuel. He says, what if let's see which one came out first. Yeah. What if I said Obama set up this guy and paid them all to hide them, and now Joe Biden not only exposed them, but also made sure that they were in a certain place in Afghanistan? Does anyone think that this move Biden made is taking out the lead he called out was a good idea? And then there's red flags all over this. This was no. They screwed a partner in order to send a message. So those are the message that Brian had sent through that pertain to this particular subject, which is Al-Qaeda's Ayman al-Zawahiri was killed by a U.S. drone strike. This is a as of today. This is a developing story. And if you actually listen to what I had said from the messages that Brian had sent over, sounds like this is more of a setup that had been going on for a while. And it is maybe not a good thing that they actually took this particular person out. Could actually rise tensions across other areas. And again, like we said yesterday, Ukraine's something, Taiwan something. Well, that's not the only somethings that are out there that are that are an issue. We really need to pay attention to the bigger picture, and I think that we're going to have some major issues. So then the article reads out, it says Al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri has been killed by a CIA drone strike in Afghanistan. United States President Joe Biden said al-Zawahiri was killed on Sunday, and the biggest blow to the group since its founder, Osama bin Laden, was killed in 2011. I'm reading this out of Al Jazeera, as opposed to reading out of the United States paper for particular reasons. They usually kind of have the tendency to tell a little bit more of the truth. So the quote is, "Justice has been delivered and the terrorist leader is no more. Biden said in a special televised address from outside the White House. Intelligence had located Al-Zawahiri's family in Kabul earlier this year, Biden said, adding that no members of the family or civilians had been killed in the attack.
Oh, I'm
An
sure not.
Yeah, right. An Egyptian
That's
surgeon.
what happens when you blast the hell out of somebody with a giant missile. You just like totally evade everyone else in the house. That's how that works.
$25 million reward on his head helped coordinate the N11 stuff in the U.S. that killed nearly 3,000 people.
Now again,
earlier,
I mean, how long did it take us to get Bin Laden? We were over there in the Middle East for God knows how long with opium fields and, us controlling all that crap. CIA and other people bringing that over to the United States, getting us doped up, massive numbers. And how busy were we doing that and destabilizing Iraq and going batshit all over the Middle East when all we had to do was just bomb this guy, bomb Bin Laden, and then walk away?
So, and here's something from Brian here again. This is the one that was hit was the exact same one that Obama sent billions to that funded ISIS. They drew him out and brought him to Afghanistan to kill him. Go figure. And again, Brian, hit me up on that Twitter page. We'll figure something out. We'll get you in here one of these days. An Egyptian surgeon with $25 million reward on his head helped coordinate the N11 stuff. With 3,000 people were killed. Earlier, U.S. officials speaking to condition and I can't even read the word for whatever reason. Told reporters earlier that the CIA carried out a drone attack in Afghan capital of Kabul using 2 missiles. Al-Zawahiri said that was on the balcony at the time. It's a significant blow. Says Colin Clark, research director of the Sofin Group, a global security firm, told Al Jazeera, adding that the presence of in Kabul was also interesting in what it suggested about the relationship with the Taliban. It tells us he's gotten far more comfortable over the past years since the Taliban took over. The Taliban confirmed the attack in Kabul and condemned it as a violation of international principles. In a statement, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said that al-Zawahiri's presence in Kabul grossly violated the Doha Agreement and repeated assurance in the world that they would not follow Afghan territory to be used by terrorists to threaten the security of other countries. Washington and Taliban signed a deal in 2020, paving the way for withdrawal, and the U.S. led foreign forces in return for a guarantee from the Taliban not to allow groups such as Al-Qaeda and ISIL to operate in Afghan soil. The U.S. forces withdrew just before the 31st of August deadline in what turned out to be a chaotic exercise. Blinken said that he was allowing Al-Qaeda shelter in Afghanistan. The Taliban had also betrayed the Afghan people in their own stated desire for recognition from normalization with the international community.
Bring up Barton Bella's long message.
Hey, Dwight, how's it going?
Because
he says, stop those rational thoughts of your shirts.
Right. But Barton Bella says the thing is that we have hundreds trapped in Afghanistan. Trapped with there he is.
The thing is, we still have hundreds trapped in Afghanistan, trapped with the dead guys, buds. If Biden didn't make bad decisions, he would make no decisions. The particular video will start up again.
Yep.
Go figure.
And see, this is interesting here because my theory was ever since he left those things there is not only was he leaving it to to Chinese friendly people, so the Chinese could use it, But at some point, because of this and maybe other things that they'll start to do like this, perhaps she's right, that these people will go off and start those kind of videos, or he's right, whoever that is, and start those kind of videos up again. And then, oh no, we're in another war on terror in Afghanistan, people. We got to go back. We got to go back. They have all this. And then it'll be like a giant, big scale war because they have all of our military equipment.
I agree with Chris. It probably was close to $10 million for the 2 missiles to actually come through and take one person out. Like he said, you could have used a sniper rifle and been a lot cheaper, potentially. Let's see. Brian Manuel. Blinken knew what
but if you don't use a giant bomb from a
Biden
drone, how do you evade civilians? I mean, come on, don't you know? Like, you blow it up and then you splatter the house all over everyone else's house and like blow up the whole city. Like, that's how this works.
Wait a minute.
Come on.
What is it?
Then you create more terroristas.
So Brian Manuel said Blinken knew what he was doing. He drew out the Bidens and Obama, had him in hiding until now, so he could make that statement just now. You know, the protests overran Baghdad and Iran. Huh. That's why I say I really want to get him on here, see if we can't, get something going, because he seems to be very intelligent. Even if he just rants for an hour, I'd be fine with that. Just being sure there isn't something coming through. I start clipping chat instead of these shows. I love chat more than LawTube or NewsStub. Yeah, Tweety, I went through this earlier with the wrenches. Basically, I went through and I gave wrenches to those that I trusted the most, because the wrenches wield a lot of power, a lot more power than I ever realized. Wrenches would be given out to people that actually contact me and I can actually speak to, so that they understand what my intentions are and where to go next with that. So if there's something that you'd like to do, hit me up on Twitter.com/Koolfrogg. I can throw that link at you if it's easier to go that way. Otherwise, I need you in Discord, so that way you can actually join a group and talk to the rest of them. Dwight, you still have yours over on the Twitch side. I'm going to actually add you to that group so you actually see who's in there. He says, "Gotta run, fella. Where's Boonies?" Oh, you have a good night. Hopefully everything works out good for you. I'm going to stop sharing that. So, I mean, to me, after listening to that or reading that and reading chat and realizing what's all going on, it seems to me that there's some conflicts that are out there that we have no clue are even there. They keep things hidden until they need them. Him doing this and spreading the word that he actually did it, could totally bolster his hatred. There's so many people that I don't even say that he's never going to be a good person. He's always been that bad person. He's being puppeted, and they're now just bringing things out. It's really kind of scary when you think about it. You pulled up an article for Nancy, or do I have to?
No, I haven't done that.
Okay, I'll do it.
I can do
it from the Al Jazeera side. There's an article from today.
Al Jazeera, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, well, that's why I say I don't always go to the one side of the newspaper or the other. I'll go from back and forth, because you know dang well that something like this is actually going to tell us a little bit more than what whatever NBC newspapers or whatever, who knows. You can go almost anywhere and you can find some lies on both sides of the story. So then here's the Nancy Pelosi article. This is, if she dares, China warns Nancy Pelosi against visiting Taiwan. We went through this yesterday quite thoroughly on what was actually happening. She was told to stay away, otherwise they would shoot her out the air, as well as start attacking the island of Taiwan. We had moved ships into place, such as the USS Ronald Reagan, so that we actually could have a presence in that area to actually take care of anything that that may happen, which doesn't mean that they're actually going to take care of it. It could just escalate it to the next stage, closer to World War III, which could be very interesting in itself if how much actually happens. So this is China. It says its military will never sit idly by. If U.S. House Representative Speaker Nancy Pelosi were to visit Taiwan, the self-ruled island claimed by Beijing, and Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Zhao Lijin reiterated earlier warnings on Monday, saying there will be serious consequences if she insists on making the visit. She did not spell out the specific consequences. We are fully prepared for an eventuality. The People's Liberation Army, PLA, will never sit by idly. China will take strong and resolute measures to safeguard its sovereignty and territorial integrity. PLA ships have been stationed close to the median line in the Taiwan Strait, which separates China and Taiwan. Since Monday, the several military jets flew close to the line on Tuesday morning. Reuters news agency reported, citing unnamed sources, Taiwan had dispatched aircraft to monitor the situation. China has been steadily ratcheting up diplomatic and military pressure on the self-ruled democracy since President Tsai Ing-wen was first elected in 2016. But the threats of retaliation over the visit by Pelosi driven concerns of deepening crisis amid continued tensions between Beijing and Washington, which has formal diplomatic relations with China, but is required by law to provide Taiwan with the means to defend itself. Several Taiwan media outlets reported late on Monday, citing unnamed sources, that Pelosi would visit Taiwan on Tuesday and spend the night in Taipei. One of the newspapers, the Liberty Times, said Pelosi was scheduled to visit Taiwan's parliament on Wednesday morning. Taiwan's foreign ministry said it had no comment on reports of Pelosi's travel plans. Quote, we have many differences when it comes to Taiwan, but over the past 40 plus years, we have managed those differences and done it in a way that has preserved peace and stability and has allowed the people of Taiwan to flourish. It would be important as part of our shared responsibility to continue to manage this in a wise way that doesn't create the prospect of conflict. That comes from the quote comes from Antony Blinken. Amid widespread speculation over the potential stop at Taiwan, Pelosi's office said on Sunday she was leading a congressional delegation to the region that would include visits to Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea, and Japan. It did not mention Taiwan. Zhao said that it would be a gross interference in China's internal affairs if Pelosi visits Taiwan, and warned it would lead to very serious developments and consequences. Asked what kind of measures the PLA might take, Zhao said, if she dares to go, then let us wait and see. A slickly produced video of the People's Liberation Army Eastern Theater Command, which showed scenes of military exercise and preparations, was posted on state media sites on Monday evening, urged troops to stand by in battle formation, be ready to fight upon command, bury all incoming enemies. China, which has not ruled out the use of force, has taken control of the island, views visits by U.S. officials to Taiwan as sending an encouraging signal to those on the island who want independence. A visit by Pelosi, who is second in line in succession to the U.S. presidency and a long-term critic of China, would come amid worsening ties between Washington and Beijing. Republican Newt Gingrich was the last speaker to visit Taiwan in 1997. I'm going to read a couple of things here real fast out of the chat. It says, Brian says, I'm angry Biden made a statement that this person was responsible for more than 2,000 deaths of Americans. The guy was literally the Obama and Biden's hitman in the States, now removed. Huh? Go figure. That was the last article that we're reading. Tweety US News just joined Twitter. Leave me a DM. We'll see if we can't get you into Discord so we can add you to the group if you're looking that badly to actually have something. Jules says, I'm not trusted. Wow. I find it amazing that blocked users is still on my face. How does that even happen? Jules, are you part of my Discord? If you aren't, or if you are, let me know. We'll see if we can't figure you out. Like I said, it was just that I picked the top, couple that I knew I could trust for sure, and I know that there's some people that got taken, some stuff taken away that they just may feel they could actually help me out with. I'm not opposed to giving things back if needed. John Apocalypse says, I've been checking out a lot of groups over preparing all the things I need to go off the grid. So much it seems is maybe 10 years of odyssey. Let's see. Brian says they're begging anyone to attack us literally. The Democrat Party wants to declare martial law for literally any reason. They are stabbing anyone for it. Yeah, it really does sound like that's what they're actually trying to do. Is they're trying to usher in, do as many things as they possibly can to say, oh, we're scared for our people. Let's conduct martial law so that way they can actually military can come in and do whatever they want, which is actually kind of scary when you think about it. I really don't want us to actually have to go that route. I don't see it being fair for anybody. If I'm missing something, if somebody wants me to read something, make sure you tag me in it so I actually do read it. There seems to be, some 45 people in here right now. And chat seems to be moving along quite well. So to continue the article, this is Playing with Fire. The White House dismissed China's rhetoric as groundless and inappropriate. The speaker has the right to visit Taiwan, says John Kirby. Of course he does. Positioning to respond to the show of military force. There's no reason for Beijing to turn a potential visit consistent with the long-standing U.S. policies into some sort of crisis. It appears to be positioning itself to potentially take further steps in the coming days. This could include military provocations such as the firing missiles in the Taiwan Strait or around Taiwan, large-scale air entry into Taiwan's air defense identification zone is a possible step. Some developments could be of different scope and scale. Noting the last firing of Chinese missiles into the Taiwan Strait was back in the mid-90s. During a phone call last Thursday, Chinese President Xi Jinping, U.S. President Joe Biden, that Washington should abide by the one China principle, and those who play with fire will perish by it. Biden told Xi that U.S. policy on Taiwan had not changed, and the Washington strongly opposes unilateral efforts to change the status quo to undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. On Monday, Taiwan Premier Su Chang did not directly respond when asked whether Pelosi would visit. We always warmly welcome visit to our country by distinguished foreign guests, he told reporters in Taipei. really just symbolisms. Shi Yung Hong, the international relations professor of Renmin University in Beijing, said that a Pelosi visit would prompt the strongest countermeasure by Beijing in years, but he did not expect that to trigger major military conflict. China has reiterated in no ambiguous term its opposition to Taiwan's separatism. The U.S. has reiterated many times its one China policy has not changed and that it is against any change to the status quo by other side of the Taiwan Strait. Unless by accident, I'm sure neither side would intentionally take military action that could lead to major security risk. The fact is, Pelosi is a bit of a lame duck. There's likelihood she won't be speaker come January next year. So what could she really do for Taiwan in the remaining months? She's a speaker. She is speaker is as a legitimate question to ask. So what is the point of all this? It's really just symbolism. Last Wednesday, Biden told reporters he thought the U.S. military believed a Pelosi visit to Taiwan was not a good idea right now, but she's still going to most likely attempt to do so, triggering conflict. She knows that everybody in her family is well off, being that they had just bought so much stock in Nvidia as well as other electronic companies. It's chip processing companies. She's really seriously going to do something bad, and it's going to come down quick. Let's see here. Barton Bella says, remember, y'all, build up your community. The country and state will struggle at hard times, but small communities can survive and kind of thrive as long as they work together. Exactly. That's why I left the big city and I moved myself into a smaller, quaint area that's not so left-leaning. Went into an area that's not so bad. Neighbors actually talk to you, as opposed to where I lived before. It's like nobody would say a word to anybody. Period. It was ridiculous. Let's see here. Brian says, I think it's the British Empire trying to emerge on the world stage as the grip of the world. They are a democratic institution. We are about to watch all of Europe give its power over to Britain. It's an interesting thought. I don't know. I really don't know how that would actually work. Period says, I thought Pelosi was supposed to be gone by now. Like, didn't she give her retirement last year sometime? No, she seriously, she's not gonna leave this as long as she's allowed to stay in power and allowed to hold the Speaker of the House. The second that she's no longer Speaker of the House, she most likely will retire and will move on. Let's see here. Reminder, live chat is unbreaded. Top chat is switch from top chat to live chat. Don't forget, you'll miss half of everything that's going on if you don't switch from top chat to live chat. AmericaShirts said that he would be right back. He actually, I don't know what hopefully he's okay. I'm assuming he just got done eating. Sounded like to me. Let's see. He's been mukbanging my channel. I find it interesting. Let's see. Koolfrogg, first time listener, long time caller. Nice to meet you, Zach. Make sure that you hit that like button, subscribe for me. Trying to grow a channel here, so that's usually the best way to do that. See, Goody says he's having his diaper changed. That could be. Could be. I don't know what he's actually doing. We can all just kind of speculate. Nice name change there, Chris. That's awesome. Yeah, as Barton Bella says, smash that like button. Don't let it go unsmashed. I don't know where he is. I'm sure he has something to say about this, and if I go move on too far, he'll just be like, well, about that. Let's go on AmericaShirts. Good Logic's crew is 100% here. I'm sure he has more than 39 people watching him at any point in time. Thanks for the head up, though, Tweety. Megan says, are me and Shirt still friends? Yeah. Why wouldn't you be? I hope so. I don't know if there's something that happened between the two of you or whatnot, but sorry I missed any messages on my way. I'm working 3 computers at once and don't have time for this, but I'm here. I'm angry. There's a lot going on. Our media is destroying us. Well, the media is actually owned by the left, so at the same time, even the controlled opposition of Fox News has been compromised, unwilling to actually cover anything that comes through from even, Donald Trump himself. It's really something. It's really kind of amazing what they've actually done to the media. What's this? Well, this is from today. Okay, let's pull this article up, I guess, and we'll just kind of look through this and see if we have anything to say about that. It says World 1 misstep from nuclear annihilation. Yeah, go figure. Nuclear threats emanating from the war in Ukraine as well as in Asia and Middle East have put the world one miscalculation away from nuclear annihilation. The United Nations Secretary General said at the UN on Monday. Antonio Guterres issued a dire warning for the opening of a long-delayed meeting to review the landmark 50-year-old non-proliferation treaty aimed at preventing the spread of nuclear weapons and eventually achieving a nuclear-free world. Guterres told many ministers, officials, and diplomats gathered into the General Assembly Hall that the month-long review conference is taking place at the time of nuclear danger not seen since the height of the Cold War. The meeting is an opportunity to hammer out the measures that will help avoid certain disaster and put humanity on a new path toward a world free of nuclear weapons. However, Guterres warned that geopolitical weapons are reaching new highs as almost 13,000 nuclear arms are in an arsenal around the world, and the countries are seeking false security by spending hundreds of billions of dollars on doomsday weapons. We have been extraordinarily lucky so far, but luck is not a strategy, nor is it a shield from geopolitical tensions boiling over into nuclear conflict. The UN chief said, what in the world is this? The world's nuclear club, with 32 countries generate atomic energy, 9 have nuclear weapons, and 7 countries have both. So then the first circle is countries with nuclear energy. The second circle is countries with nuclear weapons. And obviously you can see what's in between there. China, France, India, Pakistan, Russia, UK, and US. Only Israel and North Korea actually have weapons with no power or no energy source. I wonder how they actually got those. We know how Israel got theirs. They got theirs from us, the U.S. As far as North Korea goes, you could almost maybe presume that they got it from either China or Russia through, selling of arms. Let's see here. I'm going to go scroll through chat here real quick. Hello, Madcore. How's it going? Darth Hideous, good to see ya. Toybox Brain, how's it going? Pam, Barbara, it's good to see y'all. I'm glad everybody kind of showed up and they're checking me out and sticking around. Not really sure what's going on with AmericaShirts. Let's go, buddy. Barton Bella says, Brian, I understand that completely. My husband has a high clearance. I really I worry about him during certain things. They tried to sequester all of them for a long term. We got really lucky. Brian says, I don't want my card pulled. I've had 3 meetings and half my team is at risk. That's kind of scary and interesting in itself. See, Goody says Taiwan. Never heard of it. I only know of the little Taiwan, Chinese Taipei. Yeah, that island of China is, under attack if somebody decides to actually go and try visiting. Sounded like she was supposed to make this visit as of tomorrow. Hey, Jimmy, what's up, man? Let's see. Short Order Cook says this is what they want the EU to fall, split a war in the Middle East from Israel, India, and Pakistan, border on the Pacific, North Korea being aided by China to point out a nuke at America. Yeah, I mean, we've kind of covered this in the last, so long or whatever. It seems as though they're actually moving. They've been moving boats around. They've actually moved, boats. China's moved boats closer to the U.S. U.S. has moved boats closer to China. We've really been watching this for the last 18 months or so or whatever, watching things move, watching things escalate, and just waiting for them to actually just say, okay, do it. And we're all not going to be really surprised because we've been, if you've been on this channel, we've been paying attention to it. I'm trying to go through some chat still. Looks like I'm a little far behind. John Apocalypse says, oh, no. I'm going to be on until it turns off, which is rolling blackouts projected this year. Have my red flags up, and that's becoming more of the thing in the future. Yeah, I'm just waiting for all this to go down, or else and I'm unable to actually come out and actually explain what's going on in the world to all of you. We're all just going to have to, hold tight and hopefully things work out for the best. This is U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken noted North Korea is preparing to conduct its 7th nuclear test. Iran has either been unwilling or unable to accept a deal to return to the 2015 nuclear agreement aimed at reining in its nuclear program, and Russia is engaged in reckless and dangerous nuclear saber rattling in the Ukraine. We cited Russian President Vladimir Putin's warning after his country's February 24th invasion of Ukraine that any attempt to interfere would lead to consequences you have never seen. One of the most potent nuclear powers. This is contrary to the assurance given to Ukraine in its sovereignty and independence when it gave up its Soviet-era nuclear weapons in '94. Blinken said and sends the worst possible message to any country thinking it needs nuclear arms to defend and deter aggression. That's just kind of scary when you think it. It's like everybody in this administration, everybody in the cabinet, everybody that has anything to do with anything is it's dangerous for this to actually happen. We don't want this to happen. We got to be careful. but then they're the ones that are actually the ones that are pushing the buttons and actually getting things to actually, move along like they are. Let's see here. Brian, I'm logged in from the hole in the wall and not even on my own setup. I got 3 days and I'm moving. 3 bases are performing high casualty training right now. That's interesting. Short real quick, in the last week, we hear of Raytheon and Northrop are developing hypersonic weapons, but they already have them. They're just waiting to use them like kids. Yeah, again, if anybody hasn't been paying attention to us, and I know a lot of you are new, they've been doing this for a while. We have an episode out there about hypersonic weapons. I actually have somebody in that panel or whatever that's actually very intelligent when it comes to military side. He actually went through a lot of it himself and explained how, this has actually been a thing for quite some time. It's not new. It's just now they're actually trying to usher it through. Let's see. Barbara Vance says, well, they've had signs showing up in malls on the East Coast. What to do during a nuclear event. It's this, ridiculous how close and how far away they actually say they are. It's really something that's going to happen really soon here. I just don't see anybody being happy with what's going on. Oh, looks like AmericaShirts is going to go and change his he's probably going to go switch over to his computer as he's sitting on his phone. He's going to go put his shirt on. Should be here any moment. Brian says, no, I'm not a bug out. No, I'm a go-to. Yeah, I suppose. I had to look back to see what you were talking about. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I kind of caught a couple of your, or at least one of them. I think it was just one of them that I watched. I watched one of your videos from the other day. I found it very interesting. John says, I had some experience in Guyana with a duck farm. I love ducks, but I also eat as well. So when time is time, though, the love and care, I'm definitely not savage about it. Yeah, go eat that food when you have it, when you need it. It's a good thing to actually have sitting around. Tweety says Trump may have been disliked, but he kept peace. No wars happened under the Orange Man. Bad. Yep. 0. 4 times that he was actually selected for Nobel Peace Prizes for his peace talks, especially in the Middle East, which made him, that bad man that the left just hated because, hey, wait a minute, you can't do that. See, Trevor says brownouts may not happen immediately or every day, but they'll happen on the coldest or hottest days when you need it the most, probably starting in 2024, a few months before the election. That would be interesting if that was actually the truth on that, if it actually took that long for them to actually start doing the stuff that they're actually telling us they're doing, it's going to happen soon. Brian says no one wants to nuke, but they have made ready a certain satellite. The rods of God are numbered, and 6 targets have been verified to my understanding. Those rods of God are actually very interesting. This satellite launched will hit in seconds and will totally decimate whatever it hits, as well as a very large area that it will actually contaminate. Divinity should join. It is fun. Would be great to have you on. You can check out the music I posted. Oh, Don does some music. Sounds like fun. Even Trump admitted in Alaska he didn't know how hard it was going to be to clean up Biden's mess? Where is AmericaShirts? I do too many things and he's be like, so we need to talk about this, this, and this, and he's going to actually be wanting to talk about stuff that we already talked about. I don't really want to go too far without him. You guys have any questions or anything, go ahead, throw them in there. We'll see what we can chit chat about them. Yep. Yeah. AmericaShirts is doing something. Come on, AmericaShirts. What the hell? See if there's anything going on in the States here, anything that's interesting. Stuff that we can't talk about. What in the world is this? This come out today. We're just going to kind of jump around and talk about some random stuff, I guess, until AmericaShirts decides to come back in here. There is somebody else that actually has a link to the show. That person can come in here and hold a conversation with me if she feels the need. GOP lawmakers seek answers to Joe Biden's program to hand out ID cards to millions of illegal aliens. As reported earlier, the law's Biden regime is planning to hand out ID cards and illegal aliens who invaded the country so that it is easier for them to access housing, healthcare, transportation, and other benefits. The cards will essentially make the illegal immigration legal in America. It would allow the illegals to explain to police that they are already in the system. This would assure their permanent stay in the country. And since most migrants toss their IDs in the ditch before they cross into the U.S., U.S. authorities would have to trust the illegals to provide the details and authorities without verification. Yeah, that all sounds very comfortable. To just allow anybody to walk across the border, say, "Here, we're going to give you an ID, even though we have no clue who you are. We're going to trust you to actually give us the correct name of, and your background." Yeah, because that guy that just got done, graping and doing different things to different people and destroying their lives is just going to come walk across and tell you the truth that that's what they did, so that way you can re-deport them. Or it just, the idiocy of this regime is the worst. It's getting to the point where we just need to actually just stop, think about it, and we need to, impeach the potato immediately. Notice how hot it's been. They've been actively using the Wave satellite. You can also see some of the monkey wrecks work on that. He pinpoints locations data on them regular. Yeah, I need to talk to you. I need to get you in here one of these days, like soon. If it needs to be within the next few days, whatever, hit me up today or tonight before you go and you crash out, and we'll set you up for like tomorrow or the next. Earthquake is the target. Thinking about that, the dangerous thing about the United States is if they actually, were smart enough, in which I believe they are, and they actually target places like Yellowstone that would, cause it to actually erupt, could actually be very dangerous to the whole United States, as well as the rest of the world. Notice how it's, I just read that one. We're the biggest consumption whores on earth, and China reaps most of the rewards. it's amazing when you actually look at what China actually has in their, for power plants, and there's so many coal power plants. It's ridiculous. But us here in the United States need to think about it, and we need to actually remove all of that, because we need to return us, put ourselves into this clean energy realm of putting up solar plants and wind power plants that actually use just as many resources, if not more, to actually build them, and then converts whatever into electricity at a smaller rate than what it would be just to actually burn the raw material that's there. It's really kind of stupid. Matthew, I can't read that. I'm sorry. And I understand. I get that. I also believe that way as well. How's it going, AmericaShirts? Welcome back.
Yo.
So that article that I was just reading, whatever it is, said GOP lawmakers are seeking answers to Joe Biden's program to hand out ID cards to millions of illegal aliens. And it sounds like they're actually trying to usher this in really quick, and they're going to actually produce IDs for everybody. So it looks like they're already in the system, making it harder for them to deport. And they're going to go off like an honor system and just assume as they're walking across, they're going to actually give proper identification, as well as explain their background, so that we can see if we need to deport them or not. Because rapists and other people would actually just come across the border and say, "Oh, hey, by the way, I did this. You should deport me." I really don't see this being a good at all. Yep. See, Tweety says it. AmericaShirts was pooping.
Huh?
Yeah. Well, when you take so long, that's what they assume. They assume you're going to the bathroom. Everybody says it. They're like, "Yeah, he must be pooping."
Oh, well.
Dropping a big, hefty load. Are you ready? Is there anything good that you wanted to go back and cover on or say about the Pelosi stuff, or the? I don't know if you heard or listened to anything that was going on. No, he hasn't been paying attention. Just kidding.
I mean, I can throw this clip up that kind of sums up the Pelosi thing pretty well, I think.
Is it something that we haven't already covered? Didn't you listen to what was being said?
I mean, we
I'm just
did,
asking.
but did it say anything about how much that she could make now from selling, or her husband could make now from selling all that Nvidia?
No. Why don't you if you have something about that, go ahead, pull that up. We'll cover that.
I don't. Well, this clip. No, this clip doesn't do it. Let me see.
Brian says, "You already have an idea. Trust me. The most valuable thing in America right now is the Social Security number. There's a certain group of people that can tell you about being number branded." Sure, yeah. Those small mustache type people. John Pockley says, "Barton Bella seems more like they're all stockpiling and planning to make an exodus of some type, with Elon Musk having the infrastructure to colonize the world and all the support for him." It's a interesting thought. If that was even something that would actually be able to be done. Yeah, those tiny, small mustache type people, toy box brain. Anybody that doesn't realize and hasn't seen the links that I had thrown out into the Discord or whatever, Friday we're going to have a little open or whatever, and we're going to actually have a special guest of Toy Box Brain. I've actually watched some of his stuff that he's done. It should be a fun time. Saturday, we're going to have Outpost Nerd and talk about some other randomness or whatever. It'll also be another panel because that's, Friday, Saturday are panels. Anybody that actually wants to join those panels, hit me up beforehand so that way we don't have too many people at the same time just being like, I want in. But yeah, Toy Box Brand on Friday. Absolutely. How comes the article, Brad? You coming?
Tweeting U.S. News says Forbes, Pelosi unloads millions in Nvidia stock for Senate passes massive.
So she's
tax
actually
subsidies.
unloaded some of it already?
Well, because there was subsidies
Divinity,
given.
you're part of that no matter what. You'll get links.
Because there was subsidies given by, U.S. tax dollars to chip makers. And of course, most of the chip making that's done for these companies that some of them might be based in the United States, but they all do their manufacturing. They all do all of their work in Taiwan. So whatever she has left over in any of the rest of those stocks, she's just made that go up 10, 20 times, which she already did. And I'll throw up this video from Human Events Daily anyways, just because I think he kind of sums up everything about it pretty well.
Sure. So then
it's like
real
2
quick,
minutes, I guess.
Real quick, Brian Manuel says, I'm just not sure of this move Biden made. This takeout was completely random. They actually put him there. Blinken made the statement in it. He was there under protection in that article. Yeah, exactly. They're going to lie to us either way to make it sound like, make it sound the way they want it to sound.
Oh, the other thing, since this is Rumble, Rumble has a case with Google, and they won the first round of getting it through. I'll pull up stuff with that. Here, I'll play this and I'll pull some stuff up, and then forgot to mention that.
Oh, what's up?
Whoa!
What?
Gotta love Mandarin.
Speaker Pelosi, you got caught. You got caught running game. You got caught in you and your husband and your little inside trading deals. You got caught. You got busted. And now what you're trying to do is use the people of Taiwan as a pawn in your little games to get rich. Crypto Whales got the tweet up this morning. Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan is expected to cost taxpayers over $90 million in security, allocation of U.S. military presence, and more. And all of this was for her to get a private tour of the Nvidia chip factory after she purchased millions in shares using insider info. What? The Nvidia chip factory? I thought this was all about standing up to the CCP. I thought this was all about being pro-democracy and standing up and being the good person. I thought this was the Nancy Pelosi who went to Tiananmen Square in 1991 and unfurled a pro-democracy banner. That was back at the beginning of her career, right? What's she doing now? Unusual Whale has the tweet up from about 2 weeks ago. Unusual Whales. The Pelosi's have $20,000 in shares in Nvidia, worth millions after yesterday's stock disclosures. Yesterday, Nancy Pelosi came out in favor of finalizing the CHIPS Plus bill, a comprehensive semiconductor bill for $52 billion. You get it? They knew the bill was going to pass, so then they went in on Nvidia. Then she's talking about going to Taiwan. Why? Because that's where the semiconductor manufacturing plant is. And then she knew if she exacerbated tensions, hit the scarcity on this, then they get the subsidies. Boom. Semiconductor market goes through the roof. Her shares are now worth 10x, 20x what they were.
See what I mean?
It was a scam. It was a semiconductor pump and dump scheme, and you didn't care about the effect on the people of Taiwan or the people of the United States. You cared about your wallet. This is how it goes. The Pelosi's have been pawns of the CCP or the highest bidder for a long time. It's the same with the Bidens. They don't care if they're doing a deal with the CCP. They don't care if they're doing a deal with the Russians. They don't care if it's Ukrainian oligarchs and the green shipments out of Odessa. They don't care, all right? This is the problem with these politicians and their political families with insider trading. And by the way, Congresswoman AOC actually agrees with me on this. So I'll tell you what, I agree with AOC on this one. These congressmen and these leaders and their families should not be involved in this stuff. So you got all these people out there, these quote unquote America First people simping for Nancy Pelosi. Well, they're saying Pelosi's going over. We're going to stand up to the CCP. We're going to do this. We're going to stand up. It's about semiconductors. Guys, stop getting played. Don't simp for her. Don't do this. You're getting played. She's playing you like a fiddle. Her landing in Taiwan was supposed to be the grand finale, the denouement of her entire career. And then she could go back and say, don't worry about all that insider trading that my husband and I did. Don't worry about that. Look at me. I started my career going to Tiananmen Square. I ended my career going to Taiwan. Look how great I am. Don't look at my bank. Don't look at the insider trading. Don't look at their stocks. Oh, and I know they're saying, oh, well, they dumped the stock. They're going to get them back. They're going to get them back, or they're going to buy them through some kind of shell company, right? You really think that you're going to beat them at this? You really think that you can trust these people after everything that we've been through? After everything that we've exposed? After everything that we've walked through over the last just 6 years? The amount of exposing and revelation that have come out on this. You think that magically, all of a sudden, Speaker Nancy Pelosi is going to wake up on the side of the angels with this? The woman who was laughing with her, her designer ice cream while everybody was starving in the pandemic, that's what you think you can trust her. And you know what? Fine. If that's who you think you can trust, you can go fine. I'm going to go. For me, it's America First. For me, I'm not going to go and get on the Pelosi plane or the Pelosi train because I'm not doing it. I'm not there with you. And please, by the way, please try to tell me, please go ahead and question my credentials when it comes to China, of all things. Like, I'm not one of those guys who runs around saying, well, I know this, I know that. But please try to question my credentials on China. 我竟然你来到，你要问我你是谁啊？对于中国和台湾 Come on, bring it.
And he lived over in China for 2 years, and he was in the U.S. Navy. He was actually in between the China and Taiwan in that strait. What the heck's the name of the strait? But yeah, I mean, I think that sums it up pretty well there, because of that bill that's passing, and I'll bring up that here. Did that slip away from me?
So while you're doing that real quick, Brian Manuel says, just wait, it's not clear yet the next moves, but people will soon be starving. Sri Lanka is starving, and they're on open fire orders over them. Brazil is about to fold. It's not good.
Yeah. So here is this.
The succulent Chinese meal says he just said Hail Xi.
No. It's because somebody speaks Mandarin doesn't mean they're evil. You can throw this up here. And this is Nancy Pelosi. Capitol Hill votes. I can zoom here a little more. There we go. So Capitol Hill vote looms this week. And of course, this was the 27th, so just a couple of days ago, on a controversial $52 billion subsidy in chip makers. So they're getting a subsidy. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband quietly offloaded a chunk of shares in semiconductor giant Nvidia, according to public filings. So it was already going up. So they decided to dump $5 million worth. Paul Pelosi sold the $5 million trove of shares Tuesday at a loss of more than $300,000. It's unclear whether the couple sold the entire stake or just a portion of it. They could still own as much as 6.5 million in Nvidia, according to CongressTrading.com. Meanwhile, the Pelosi's still hold a stake in semiconductor company Micron, worth as much as 500,000, filings show. So there's a portion of Nvidia that they could possibly have up to 6.5 million still after the 27th when this was written, July the 27th. And of course, all those talks with going over Taiwan, of course, this past week. So yeah, she's just trying to, before this thing gets officially passed, just keep boosting all of the rest of her stocks and all these semiconductors. And that's all that this is. It's a pump and dump scam. As you just heard Jack Posobiec say. The Nvidia sell-off is a dramatic reversal for the Pelosi's. Paul began snapping up semiconductor stocks in June of 2021. The same month the first draft of the bill was introduced. He bought between 2.75 million and 11.5 million over the past year and has been actively trading these shares the entire time the bill has wended its way through Congress. And the other thing too is that, as Jack Posobiec was talking about, and the only reason I didn't pause it and interrupt him there, I guess I should have, because maybe that clip, well, he probably won't do anything. But because we did pause it once. But people in the conservative side of the aisle have been like, we need to protect the house. How dare the Chinese do this? How dare the Chinese do that? It's like they're not really going to do anything to her. And even I was sitting here saying like, oh, so she just wants to stir the pot of shit to see if she can start a war, right? Like, I didn't realize that she had these investments and stuff going on here. All I saw was that, the Chinese were making the threats. And I was just like, oh, so she just wants to see how much war she can stir up. And you know what? Maybe she will. Maybe she will see how much crap she can stir up. I don't know. But I think the big takeaway here for her, because, again, she's worked for the Chinese. She works with the Chinese. For her, this is a pump and dump scandal that's going on here. It's pump up the value of the stocks 10, 20 times, and then sell the rest of it off. Right? So you try to so if your plan doesn't work, at least you made some money, right? They sold 5 million of it on Tuesday. And so you sell part of it now in case you don't make anything, in case things don't work out. But since we know things probably will, we're going to keep the rest of it, and then we're going to sell off the rest of it whenever we pump up the prices of it, which they've now successfully done. So, yay.
So then, Brian says the Dutch government collapsed, Greek government collapsed, Sri Lanka is fallen, the Netherlands is being cut off, Germany will freeze to death this winter on 20%. What do you think?
Welcome to the New World Order.
Easier for them to actually control the population if they actually collapse governments over and over again, creating chaos and havoc throughout the world. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be good for anybody. They're going to freeze people in place wherever they are. These people are going to be afraid because they're like, if I open my door, it's going to drop the temperature in my house. I need to leave my doors closed and keep us warm as well as we can. I really don't see it being a good thing. There's going to be lots of problems come next winter, within the next few years. Yes, I did say havoc, divinity. Havoc.
Your
just what I do.
Your Honor,
just a little bit of havoc.
Causing a little bit of havoc.
What you got here?
Rumble's antitrust lawsuit against Google shall proceed to discovery. Yes, nice. Ladies and gentlemen. In January of this year, Rumble filed antitrust lawsuits against Google because Google was pushing down their search results for videos that were unique to their own platform, and putting up YouTube's, because Google owns YouTube. So they're going to go and proceed against this. And of course, when they go into discovery, unless we have another Alex Jones trial with this, they're going to find everything. And there is ample amounts of evidence that Google does this. I mean, Google does this blatantly every day.
The succulent Chinese meal says Google is asshole.
Don't trust Google. Google is asshole. Google works for China, and China is asshole. See, I can speak Mandarin too, Jack. So don't trust China. China is asshole. So, anyways,
Pelosi would know a lot about pumping and dumping. That's why she's opposed to overturning Roe v. Wade.
Oh boy. Oh my. Oh.
Awesome.
Anywho's, moving along here. This is their thing here. Rumble's lawsuit alleges that Google uses its dominance in search to direct users to YouTube instead of its competitors, highlighting the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890. The law makes it illegal to, quote, monopolize or attempt to monopolize any part of the trade or commerce among several states or with foreign nations. Rumble is, isn't that interesting, with foreign nations? Oh, gee, does China count for that? Rumble is one of YouTube's most significant competitors. Yeah. Founded in 2013, it has grown rapidly over the past few years, and they mean rapidly. Barnes was just looking at yesterday, or the day before, about Rumble's rankings as far as like apps and everything else, and they are moving up the ladder quite a bit. It's been growing. So, founded in 2013, Rumble's been growing rapidly over the past few years because it upholds free speech while YouTube has been heavily censoring content, positioning itself as the arbiter of truth while banning, deleting, and demonetizing videos that go against certain narratives. Yep, and of course we know about that. But because we're on YouTube, yeah, YouTube has come. By the way, can you see this? Do I have to zoom up on this? Yeah, we can see.
I can't see anything. Anybody else that's watching would probably be able to see just fine.
Can you see that?
Yes.
How about that? Is that
no? Where you had it was fine. I mean, you don't. It's good.
Oh, okay.
Or yeah, there you go.
YouTube has become increasingly.
Hello, meme copium. Sorry, I skipped over that.
Yellow. YouTube has become increasingly unfriendly to independent creators as it seeks more corporate partnerships and pushes to boost more mainstream sources that deem to be, quote, authoritative, end quote. Yeah, that's what happened with
Brian. You have a good one.
Happened with anybody else.
Thanks for hitting up chat tonight. Catch me an email or check a DM on Twitter, and we'll get a hold of you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
By following the lawsuit, Rumble hoped that there will be free and fair competition, so that people can find videos loaded on YouTube's competitors. And again, as they're saying, right? Like you search onto Rumble, you search onto Google search, right? Like, okay, because Google search is supposed to be like some sort of like a genuine search, right? You know, because they have 230 protections and all the rest. They're supposed to be some sort of a, utility for the internet, right? And whatever the hell else, like, we're never going to be biased towards anybody. And so if you type onto Google a specific video that has been posted to Rumble with that specific name, and if you were to type in that whole thing, you would get like 15 YouTube videos before you would get anything close to Rumble. Or actually, you probably get like 50 YouTube videos before you even get to anything on Rumble or any other competitor. Because they don't show up. only YouTube shows up, and the quote authoritative sources, end quote, or as I like to call them, the authoritarian sources, authoritarian sources. Yep, I read that. The Wall Street Journal once said its reporters tested how the system works to discover that. In an overwhelming majority of cases, highly similar versions of videos ranked better if they appeared on YouTube. And as you can see, there's a diagram. Google's video carousel. Google searches show the top. Google searches show the top videos in a group near the top of the results page. Videos, previous image, more videos, da 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 da. And YouTube versus Facebook. Facebook watch 5%, YouTube 95%. And first spot on the carousel, any spot on the carousel. And as you can see, as it pertains to videos, YouTube takes up everything. Daily Motion? The hell? Twitch is a little bit. Facebook is a little bit. But notice Rumble isn't in here anywhere. There's other, but that's probably like Vimeo or some stupid crap like that. The hell uses Vimeo? The lawsuit states that Google's, quote, chokehold on search.
Just you.
Wait, huh?
I said just you.
Just me.
You asked the question, who uses Vimeo?
I don't use Vimeo. What the hell?
Oh, okay.
I make the damn statement.
So absolutely nobody.
The lawsuit states that Google's chokehold on search is impenetrable, and that the chokehold allows it to continue unfairly and unlawfully to self-preference YouTube over its rivals, including Rumble, and to monopolize the online video platform market. The lawsuit also notes that YouTube is the default app for most online videos on smartphones using Google's Android. So you have an Android phone that's a Google phone. YouTube is automatically there, and YouTube just shows up for everything, search engine, all the works, again, the apps, so forth. Everything is geared towards everything Google. Manufacturers are required to pre-install YouTube and other Google services that can track you.
Mad Hat says cuckold or chokehold, Pelosi's favorite position.
Okay. She likes to have Paul smell her smelly farts. She also likes to have Paul change her diaper. So that's what she likes. Anyway, Pelosi. The court noted that Rumble alleges that YouTube, quote, requires Android device manufacturers that want to pre-install certain of Google's proprietary apps to sign an anti-forking agreement. Quote, plaintiff, Rumble,
Exactly,
alleges...
toy box brand. Exactly.
How cold is Hillary's? Well, I mean, Hillary's a lesbian. I don't know what she does, but whatever. Whatever they do, I don't know.
Nancy
quote,
Pelosi just turned 90 back in March. I mean, she's really past her prime. She just go away.
Are you kidding me? I just made all this money on all this stuff that you peasants wouldn't have anything close to having. I don't think she's 90, she's in her 80s. Or did you look that up?
Yep. It says she was born March 26, 1940. So, I mean, she's 92.
She's 82.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I did my math wrong.
Anywho's, plaintiff
You can
Rumble.
call me what you want. That's fine.
Oh, what are they saying? Boomer. She's the actual boomer here. But, well, actually, she's
No,
before
the
boomer.
succulent Chinese meal says 102. Ham
Yeah.
says 82. You know,
Yeah.
we're all off on her math a little bit. I mean, I would just say she's too old to do whatever she's doing. She needs to go away.
Yeah. Plaintiff Rumble alleges that once an Android's device manufacturer signs an anti-forking agreement, Google will only provide access to its vital proprietary apps and application program interfaces if the manufacturer agrees, 1, to take, that is, pre-install, a bundle of other Google apps, such as its Google YouTube app, 2, to make certain apps undeletable, including its YouTube app. And again, that is true. All this stuff on Android devices, you can't delete the Google stuff. And 3, to give Google the most valuable and important location on the device's default home screen, including for its YouTube app. Quote, as another example, plaintiff Rumble asserts that Google, quote, Google provides a share of its advertising revenue to Android device manufacturers, mobile phone carriers, competing browsers, and Apple. In exchange, Google becomes the preset default general search engine for the most important search access points on a computer or mobile device. Quote, and by becoming the default general search engine, Google is able to continue its manipulation of video search results as it pertains to Rumble, of course, because Rumble being the video platform. And by the way, this is going to set up a precedent for anyone else if they actually get this through and win this, which looks like they kind of will, because if they got past this stage, I think they'll probably make it. And that's what kind of Barnes was talking about the other day too. And I'm like, you know, I was listening to that and I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because if they can get past this with the court that they had, if they can get past this first stage of actually moving forward with discovery in this case, they're going to dig up a lot of shit, and Google's going to have a lot of money to pay. They suggested that for every video that has been denied the people of the United States the ability to search for on Rumble, that's, I don't know, like at the least like 350 million or something. And then, of course, if you add that up to all the videos on Rumble, like $1 each, you know, for each one, I mean, I don't know, several billion that Google could have to end up paying out at the end of this. So this could be really beautiful. To see Google lose billions of dollars, it'd be beautiful. But anyway, let me go back to the paragraph here. And by becoming the default search engine, Google is able to continue its manipulation of video search results, using its search engine to self-preference its YouTube platform, making sure that links to videos on the YouTube platform are listed above the fold on the search results page. Also, Google's revenue sharing agreements allow it to maintain a monopoly in the general search market and online video platform market. In reviewing the plausibility of a complaint, courts accept factual allegations in the complaint as true and construe the pleadings in the light most mannerable and most favorable to the non-moving party, the court said. Without real dispute, Rumble has adequately alleged a Section 2 of the Sherman Act claim. And again, that's the antitrust of 1890 claim. It's the antitrust suit. First, it alleges that Google obtained and maintains monopoly power in the online video platform market, asserting that YouTube controls 73% of global online video activity, it added. According to plaintiff, Rumble and consumers, e.g. content creators, are disadvantaged, and competition is harmed if in the defined market, because Google provides self-preferencing search advantages to its wholly owned YouTube platform as a part of its scheme to maintain its monopoly power. And to recap a monopolist's financial records. So for all of those, Debbie Downer individuals that are like, oh, we have to use YouTube all the time because they're the only ones that are around, because Rumble just sucks, so we can't really do. It's like, well, no, actually, they're winning. We're winning. Screw YouTube. Screw Google. That's not the way things are panning out, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving the ball in the opposite direction here, and we're winning. We're definitely winning. I mean, because like I said, this should not have gone through. Antitrust lawsuit with Google will proceed to discovery. With the judge that they were given and the case that it was and so forth, and again, with Google being the one being accused here, really they shouldn't have actually gotten through, because everything should have been rigged against them, because everything has been rigged against others thus far. But Rumble has made enough of a case that they've convinced this judge, and now they're moving forward with discovery. And of course, when they move forward with discovery, everything's going to hit the fan. And Google is going to probably, as I said, maybe end up having to pay billions of dollars over to Rumble. So there's going to be a wealth transfer.
That was weird. Why did you do that?
There's going to be a wealth transfer. Just so we understand, it's a B, not a M. It's a B, billions, plural. So all of these
do that one more time for me.
The billions of dollars on the Rumble. So that the Google has, all these billions that they have could potentially be transferred over to the Rumble. Rumble all of a sudden will have all of this money because Google was suppressing their search results, claiming that they're a neutral search engine when they're not. So this is huge, major, huge, absolutely huge. It's bigger than big.
That was horrible.
Well, but it's bigger than big. It's huge. It's huge.
It's huge.
No. It's huge.
No.
It's like UYUGE, like huge.
Only from where you're from.
Hey, listen, you're from the Midwest. I'm closer to where this,
I'm not from a state where cousins like themselves.
Mountain Standard Time. What the heck? Anyway, let's see where I was at
Toy
here.
Box says, Shirts is losing it. Shirts, get a sweater on, man. Come on.
Come on, man. When you put an apple next to a pencil, you got something like mayonnaise on a cracker. Pedo Pete. Anyway. So
I noticed something. There's 45 people watching. There's only 35 likes. Go hit that like button for me. While you're there, if you haven't already, subscribe.
Because we're almost done. According to plaintiff, I'll just restart from here. What the hell? According to plaintiff, Rumble and consumers, content creators are disadvantaged, and the competition is harmed in the defined market because Google provides self-preferencing search advantages to its wholly owned YouTube platform as a part of its scheme to maintain its monopoly power and reap a monopolist's financial rewards. The court shot down YouTube's motion to get the lawsuit dismissed. And again, this is the part where Google should have won. Right? It's like, oh yeah, of course, like Google demands that something be done. Like Google always gets what they want. Oh no, not this time. The court shot down Google's motion to get the lawsuit dismissed. Quote, Google's motion is based on the somewhat counterintuitive premise that plaintiff, Rumble, has pled too much, and that ultimately, in the absence of controlling authority supporting defendants' proposed approach, the court declines to reach the viability of each of the purported sub-theories, given that plaintiff undisputedly has adequately pled a Section 2 of the Sherman Act claim based on self-preferencing defendants' motion to dismiss is accordingly denied. All caps, ladies and gentlemen. Denied. Because Google's motion to dismiss was denied, the lawsuit will proceed to the discovery stage where Rumble will get a wide range of documents from Google to support its claims. And that they will, because, I mean, folks, everybody knows this. It's obvious what they're doing. I mean, it's not like they even try to hide it. It's just blatant monopolistic powers being used, blatant violations of what they're supposed to be underneath of 230. But what the hell? So this will move forward, I would imagine, and I think Rumble is going to win big, and I think freedom of speech is going to win big, and I think that this whole idea of YouTube being the only one, bigly huge, absolutely huge. And so they're going to win a lot. So for all these naysayers that are like, oh my God, we have to we have to use YouTube for everything because Rumble's just too stupid and too small. Like it's just not enough people there. Well, it's because they're being suppressed everywhere. So once they win this lawsuit, they gain billions of dollars, and Google is forced to do certain things all of a sudden. And Rumble's already making it up the ranks, by the way. I mean, look at all the clips that are over there on Rumble. Look at all the shows that are over there on Rumble. I mean, Rumble is making it up in the world. And again, my own channel on Rumble, I almost have 200 subscribers. I mean, just in a matter of a couple of months. Even less amount of time than this channel on YouTube. I mean, not to say that all
when
of my
you can
200
post things from Oliver Stone and do not have to create your own content.
Exactly. Oh,
so,
well.
Real quick, Mad Hat says, homeless dude just came to my house, asked to use my phone to call his sister at 1 a.m. I said I didn't own one, LOL. Divinity asked him, you opened the door? And he says, I gave him some smokes and a Gatorade and sent him on, LOL. I'm like, holy crap, dude. If somebody can walk up to my door and come knocking at it and I had no clue who it was and looked like a homeless dude, yeah, damn right, I'm not opening that motherfucking door. Ever.
JMK says SmackDown Monday. Yeah, it is SmackDown Monday. SmackDown on Google. Screw those bastards.
Hello, Cake or Death.
Can you play music on Rumble? Yeah. Yeah, because Rumble does what's called like abiding by laws. So as long as you're not there selling the music and you're not actually like trying to make monetization off of someone else's stuff, right? Then you can play a clip of something and you're not going to have a bunch of strikes and a bunch of crazy ass bullshit that YouTube does. They actually have coherent rules and guidelines. So if there's a music playing in the background for like a minute or so, or if there's something else, you're clearly not utilizing that. You're recreating that to do something else.
Miss
Like
Dinga
that clip I wanted to
Dinga,
play yesterday.
thank you for the compliment on the pleasant voices. While you're here, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe, like, and share. And if worst comes to worst and something happens to this channel, you can actually find our Rumble links that just been posted by C Goody, as well as a couple other places that you can actually check out. There's locals. You can go to buymeacoffee.com/Koolfrogg to support me immediately. You can also just posted by C Goody. Thank you, C Goody. Keep up the good work.
Okay.
You should also make sure that you check out AmericaShirts.com, the most base shirts on the planet. Use promo code Koolfrogg to get 15% off of anything in the store.
Yeah, and it'll be hopefully coming up here open this week. I think I'm just about done. There might be one or two other finishing touches to do. Oh, there's our beloved Cynthia. She says, Shirts has an amazing voice, not messy at all. Well, thank you. Thank you. I thought so.
Hello, Bella. Nice to see you. John Apocalypse is subscribed. Awesome. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks.
That's great. That's 7 subscriptions so far tonight. Thank you all
Nice.
very much. Continue to tell your friends that we have the best news on the planet, and you can actually, hear it with a little bit of flair. So Michael Palmer, welcome back. Says, was walking into a restaurant the other day, and a homeless hit me up. I said I didn't have any change, nothing less than a 20. He says, "Oh, I got change," and pulls out a huge wad of cash. LOL. Yeah. uh, I totally get that, and I totally remember one day, I was in my hometown. I was the manager of the Radio Shack, and I was walking home, um, walking down the street, and dude was standing in the corner, just like, change for the needy, change for the needy. I'm like, I ain't got nothing, bro. He's like, huh? I'm like, dude, I just got done working my butt off, and I have nothing. I'm going home. I'm getting ready to feed my family, and I don't even know what we're even eating because I don't have anything. I have absolutely nothing. And he's like, "Oh, really?" And he says, "Here," and hands me a $20 bill and says, "Make sure you kids have something to eat." Seriously, these homeless people that are not really homeless stand there and do this stuff on purpose
In
because
real
they
life
know
grifting.
they make money. They make hundreds and hundreds of dollars every day off of unsuspecting people, thinking that it's just nothing because they're like, "Oh, it's okay." Radio Shack. What is Radio Shack? Yeah, like I said, I was the last manager of my Radio Shack. So yeah. I found an article that I found a little interesting. We're not going to go away quite yet. We're not. Just not. Look at that. Update.
Oh
Saudi
God.
prince offers glimpse of dazzling 500 billion smart city of the future where you will own nothing and be happy. Oh, look at that. That we've been kind of saying something similar to this for a while, that something's going to actually happen where and they continue to say, "Oh, you're going to own nothing and be happy," and everybody will. So this is an update from an early report by Julian Conradson. This is written by Leo Holman. It says Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has a new pet project he'd like you to know about and maybe even invest in. It's the city's future, or the city of the future, that has been tried with limited success in communist China, as well as cities within the nations of Canada, North Korea, Spain, and Singapore. Welcome to the line. It's a so called smart city built on a 100-mile line capable of housing 9 million people.
AKA one giant long prison.
Mm-hmm. In the project's website, the Crown Prince touts the line, also called Neom. Neom. I'm not really sure what he's actually kind of call it, as a place where there will be no roads, cars, or emissions. It will run on 100% renewable energy, and 95% of land will be preserved for nature. People's health and well-being will be
Now,
prioritized over transportation and infrastructure,
now
unlike
think about this
traditional
for a sec.
cities.
Right. Think about this for a second. You're in the middle of freaking the Saudi Arabian Peninsula, right? What the hell nature is there? It's just road. It's sand dune the size of freaking Mount St. Helens or something. I don't know. And it like shifts across the Saudi Arabian border to Oman or to Yemen every other day because of the winds. What the hell is there? There's nothing. Nothing lives there. Nothing can live there. It's a freaking desert. They can't even keep track of where exactly the border is because the sand dunes move so goddamn much. I mean, and then they're like, "Oh, we gotta make room for nature. All those sand crystals and all those little sand thing. All the sand. The sand needs room to move, guys." Like, what the hell? I mean, this is why all of the people groups that were in Saudi Arabia, they were all nomadic peoples, because the hell is there? You have to keep moving from this little oasis to that little oasis to that little oasis, and back to that little tiny oasis, and then back to this trade town, then back to that one. Like, there's nothing there. It's a freaking desert. What the hell? Of course, this is a prison. Everything is within. If you saw the video, right? Like, everything is within less than a 5-minute walk. All of your amenities. And I'm like, yeah, because you'll be living in a prison cell, and then you get to walk outside to exercise, and then go to school to get taught how bad you are and how you need to die, and then there you go.
Not going to play the music, but here you can see what this city is potentially could look like.
Oh, well, this is their little shtick of this. This isn't the actual video they play. They'll play clips of it. Whatever the hell YouTube channel this is, they're having their own little.
2021, Saudi Arabia announced plans for its own futuristic city called The Line. Instead of communities sprawling outward from a central location, they would be built vertically and arranged, well, in a line, hence the name. Even though the vision for the city stretches 170 kilometers, it would do away with cars entirely and instead be connected by high-speed rail that would travel the entire length.
And again, where are you going to get the power for that?
And each individual community would be largely
Who knows?
self-contained, so that almost anything you could need, be it a school, a doctor, or a quick meal, would be only
Prison,
a 5-minute
right there it
walk
is.
away. The government says
5-minute
the line
walk
will
neighborhoods.
Run on
That's a
100%
prison.
clean energy and make extensive use of sensors and AI to manage the city's services. And all of this is supposed to be nestled in the pristine natural landscape of the Tabuk province. With
Oh yeah,
minimal
look, the one
impact
place
on
where
the
there is
environment.
nature, they're going to build a
Now
giant
the
prison
Saudi
on top
Crown
of it.
Prince Mohammed
Wow.
bin Salman has revealed
Boy, you guys are
grandiose
great.
renders of what the city will look like to match the grandiose plans. The line is envisioned as a giant glass and mirrored wall, 170 kilometers long, 200 meters wide, and 500 meters tall. That's taller than the Empire State Building. It would have greenery stretching along the top, an open-air ventilation system to help maintain an ideal climate year-round, and it would house up to 9 million people.
In a prison.
Now, the line is just one part of Saudi
look at this
Arabia's
dystopian hell.
controversial $500 billion NEOM megacity project.
NEOM.
For one, the so-called virgin land that the government is building NEOM on is, unsurprisingly, not all that virgin. It is the ancestral and current home of many people, including members of the Hawatat tribe, who are being forced from their homes for what many see as a vanity project that won't amount to much in reality. Those who have dared to speak out against the government's plans or refuse to give up their homes have been harassed and abducted by Saudi security forces, arrested, or in some cases killed. For example, Abdul Rahim al-Hawati, a prominent Hawatat activist, was killed by police in April of 2020 after posting videos on social media trying to raise awareness of the forced displacement. All of this controversy has even led to some commercial partners pulling out of deals, like Riot Games, which had signed on NEOM to sponsor the League of Legends European Championship. Backlash from the gaming community caused that to quickly unravel. Now, even if NEOM is eventually built and lives up to its lofty promises, there will still be plenty of more cause for concern. The line is expected to be loaded with countless sensors, cameras, and facial recognition technology that, in such a confined space, could push government surveillance to almost unthinkable levels. Now, that would be troubling in any nation, but in a country like Saudi Arabia, where homosexuality is outlawed, LGBTQ people are persecuted, and women hold almost no rights, it's downright terrifying.
Oh, God.
That sounds so much fun and so interesting that people are just like, yeah, up in arms that this is going to be the coolest thing ever because they won't have to worry about anything and they'll be taken care of. Sounds horrible.
Yes, you will be taken care of. Very nicely. Very slowly.
Quite the article. Very lengthy article. Oh.
Yeah, Barton Bella does sound like an easy target.
Remember what the WEF's chief advisor, Yuval, said about the old-fashioned Christian concept that human beings are born with a free will. That's over, he said. Along with your prehistoric ideas about personal privacy, watch 2 short videos of Harari below. Not positive where those videos actually are for the. I'm really kind of confused at that. But, look at that. They just keep on bringing it up. New World Order. Over and over and over again. That's the Gateway Pundit. If you want to actually read a little bit more about it, it's actually sitting at the very front page of the Gateway Pundit. And you should be able to read into that a little bit further. Did we want to do? Is there anything else that you want to cover, or we're 2 hours 20 minutes into the show. For the longest time, we only did like an hour-long show, and then we started doing it to 2. We got into 3, almost 5 and 7 a couple times recently. Best Cloutwitch says, "Did you look who's sponsoring this? Last time I checked, they removed the link." I'll look a little closer real fast here to see if I can't skim through this and figure that out. Facial recognition softwares, biometrics, Crown Prince designed the city. Different countries will deliver us over abhorrent lifestyle in different ways. Biden's $1 trillion climate change bill and Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia caved last week incorporates many of the same themes of what you see in Saudi Crown Prince's advanced smart city, net zero carbon emissions, and total reliance on renewable energy, technology-driven surveillance of all human activity, and rejection of the private land and ownership. All resources are tightly controlled by the government and corporate partners. As somebody that's kind of paid attention in the past to, how cities have been built and how the United States is kind of screwed around with their expansion of cities, like car-centric cities, that if we would have actually left building cities the way that we actually had before cars were even a thing, that we would actually have a lot more dense areas as opposed to, being so widespread out, sprawling. And it's kind of an interesting thought that they're actually like, oh, let's do this, this way. It's almost like they're like, I'm sure it said like they're creating a prison style system, where you'll not have to worry about anything.
Yeah, I mean, you will
I'm
have
kind of
nothing.
into going away from the car centric city, but at the same time, when it comes down to it, putting us all in a prison, because it's like, oh, that we can control everything, every aspect of your life, all movements, and everything would be super easy for you. And it just, to me, it sounds like they're just trying to control everybody and keep everybody from actually thinking free thoughts. And it's kind of scary. It really is.
And again, remember where the World Government Summit was held? I think it was the UAE, I think, right? Which is, of course, right next door to Saudi Arabia. And, of course, Saudi Arabians attended that as well. And, of course, they all were standing around as a woman stood up on the stage and said, "Who's ready for a new world order?" And they go, "Yay! New world order. Yay! Clap, 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 clap. Yay! Woo!"
I'm just kind of
One
skimming
world
through this. I'm
government.
kind of skimming through this real quick, and it says in Islamic Republic, like Saudi Arabia or Iran, uh, homosexuals will be easily detected and thrown off of tall buildings. So I mean, they're just going to dump them right off the outside edge of it or whatever, throw them right into the outside world, according to what what that would be. It sounds kind of strange and interesting all at the same time. It's like, oh, you're gonna really seriously can control people. A review on online indicates you might be. It's the communist regime, like what's becoming in America, the authorities and the FBI will have people continuously reviewing online data that indicates you might be a right-wing extremist or Christian nationalist and haul you off to a re-education camp, never to be heard from again. Great. That's awesome. That's awesome. So
Fantastic. Just
all
what
of
we
us,
always wanted.
all of us white Christian right wing, quote unquote, extremists will be done away with. They're just like, no, we don't like you. We don't like people like you at all. True Christianity that deviates from the approved one world religion would now be the list of things one could not even think about without getting caught in an artificial intelligence based algorithm that's able to read your thoughts. This is a very interesting article. I'm going to actually tie this one to the into the description down below, so it'd be easier to find. Is something that everybody should really start paying attention to, and understanding that if they actually do this, this is not a good thing. This could be very
Alan Walsh in the
dangerous.
chat here says they stopped cars that's more than 10 years old from getting into Glasgow here in Scotland. WTF? Yep, that's the Great Reset stuff. That's the climate change stuff. Oh my God, puts off too much emissions. We have to do. Yep, that's their marching orders there, over in Scotland. Sadly, over in the UK, and it's just going to come right across the pond over to the United States, to Canada, and then the US.
Matt Het says,
If we don't stop it.
Koolfrogg, the dream please live inside your head. Okay. I haven't had a dream in a while. I mean, you spend a lot of time doing this kind of stuff and taking care of the kid. I get 4 to 5 hours of sleep a night, and when I sleep hard.
I have video here about earlier today. Jack Posobiec and Raheem Kassam ran into Jon Stewart in D.C. today about everything that was going on with the quote-unquote veterans bill, which wasn't really a veterans bill because there was two different bills that was in the House and in the Senate that they were trying to pass and claim it was, it's all one bill, but they were screwing with it the entire time. So, yeah, and none of that $400 billion was going to veterans funds or anything. So they got into it over Twitter, and then Jack decided to go up and see what was going on there on the Capitol grounds with his friend Raheem Kassam, and he's going to explain some of this and give all the video.
Quick, real, so the fact that these elites happen to be predators whose prey are the working class and middle class people of the world bothers them not. They didn't lose a minute's sleep handing the flocks over to the globalist cabal represented by the likes of George Soros, Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab, Yuval Noah Harari, James Giordano, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds. Seen Pope Francis leading the way in this regard, signing on to the mission of Lynn Forrester D. Rothschild's Council of Inclusive Capitalism. So, I mean, it's pretty much the WEF, New World Order stuff or whatever. That's actually, this is, it's not showing, what's this? LeoHolman.com is 100% reader supported. Oh, that's just the very end of the thing. Get ready to prepare now while you can, because these globalists are nasty people. They will do anything to get you herded into one of their smart cities. These are smart cities designed specifically for dumb sheep.
Yep, and remember, people, it doesn't have to be a line. It can be a giant box, but all it is that they're walling you in and cramming you into a prison, and that's the whole point. A line, a box, a jagged line, just wall you off and close you into a tiny little area, and you only have to walk like 5 minutes. I mean, think about that, right? It's like, I only have to walk like not even 5 minutes all the time, or like, I just have to like take my little scooter, like my little ride over scooter or thing to one place or another. I mean, this all is just stupid, and it's all
You
insane.
won't have a scooter. You'll be able to hop right into their own whatever mechanized system that will actually just take
Oh
you where
yeah,
you need to go.
and then they'll feed you all this GMO'd crap, and then you're just full of toxins. And then, of course, but again, the whole point is you all die because, again, human beings can't survive in that kind of an environment for very long. But again, that's the whole point. You're not going to survive very long. That's the idea. So, anywho's, let's go along with this here. This is Raheem Kassam, and he's going to go over this. And the audio is weird on this. I don't know why the hell it is, but I'm only getting it in my right, or excuse me, in my left ear whenever I play this. So it sounds a little weird.
This is a you should always check out whoever's actually talking, and if it's a YouTube channel.
Yes, this is Raheem Kassam.
Yeah, everybody should check out Raheem
On the tubes.
Kassam and totally give him a subscription. It's free to subscribe to people. That's why we always ask you to subscribe to us and do all those fun things, because it costs absolutely nothing to do so. Go ahead.
So I got a run this morning, and my friend Jack Posobiec is up on Capitol Hill. We often hang out there. That's where we work. And he mentioned to me that Jon Stewart, a comedian, I guess, was up on the Hill to talk about the PACT Act, something he's been working on for a while. Now, there has been some consternation about the way that Jon has dealt with this issue in the last couple of days, at the very least.
Because you're a fucking
Look at them in the face! Believe you me, I'm not a great fan of the fist bumps on the Senate floor and so on and so forth. The bigger point that Jack and I had at heart and in mind when we went up there was, how do we actually get this thing passed?
Thank you, Kicking Death. Have a good day.
Second that goes by, people are suffering, and partisan politics is not going to fix this. Now, Stewart was up there this morning. He was seen hanging out with David Hogg. That sent
Oh yeah. Look, there's David Hogg. Yeah, what the hell is he doing there? I don't know.
Seen hanging
FBI
out with
dad.
David Hogg. That sent alarm bells ringing. I think a lot of people.
Did you see the hog that was standing in between them all?
Time. So we wanted to get to the bottom of exactly what the holdup is and how, if possible, we can get to the other side of this thing and make sure that this bill passes and make sure that the veterans who have served this country actually get what they deserve, the care that they deserve. And, well, I got to tell you, at the very beginning of this, I guess, altercation on the Hill, right outside the Capitol building, Jon Stewart just wantonly lost his temper. Now, he has since admitted to that. I think it takes a very big man to admit to something like that, and ended up shaking Jack Posobiec's hand. As a result of all of it, I want to play you through some of this because I think it's very important to show, especially given the outcome of this now, how we went from a screaming match to an end result of all of these parties agreeing to work together to get this thing done in about 60 odd minutes. Not bad if you ask me. Here, take a look.
You've been on the media lately, you've been running around, you've been calling names, you've been insulting.
And that's Jack Posobiec's voice, by the way.
Right? Is that how you get stuff done?
Where do you think I learned it from?
I've got one. From your TV show. Of course, you're famous for that.
I learned it from
You
trolls.
were the man of that.
I learned it from right-wing trolls who don't know what
You're a
the
right-wing
fuck
troll
they're
now.
talking about. Because you don't.
You know you could get this
Come
bill
with me.
passed in a minute.
Come with me and
Wait,
talk to the
stop.
veterans. Come here.
We've talked to them already.
I
John.
come with me.
Why are you running away?
Come and talk
Why
to
don't
me
you
update.
us?
I'm not running away. Come with me. Come with me. Come with me.
Why won't you change this
Come with me.
$400 billion thing?
It's not in there.
So immediately I figured out what was the problem here. I mean, John was giving very different information to the people we had already spoken to about this and to the people we spoke to after the altercation with John about this. The $400 billion in terms of mandatory spending that is in this bill, somebody explained to me very clearly about why they think it must be in there. But John's point at the beginning of this altercation was that there is no such thing, you shouldn't be talking about it, and that Republicans are simply evil. Now, of course, that isn't going to get anywhere, and backing Republican lawmakers into a corner over that isn't going to get this bill passed. It was at this point that I decided that we should go with John and talk to some of the people who were there with him and around him to figure out if they were all on the same page. John didn't want to do that.
Pretend like you're in good faith. Don't even pretend like you're a good faith person. You're not. You're not a good faith person. And I don't need to talk to people that lie about veterans' health care. So why don't you tell her? Why don't you tell her that this is bullshit?
Nobody said it's bullshit.
John,
this motherfucker
thinks that this bill is bullshit.
You want to talk about bad faith? Let's talk about bad faith. At no point in the conversation did Jack nor I refer to the PACT Act as bullshit. At no point did we refer to the $400 billion as bullshit. But John, as soon as we agreed to go over and talk to his friends about all of this in front of his cameras, starts screaming and telling them that we said the whole thing is bullshit.
Yep.
You're a troll!
Look at the giant boom mic.
You're not in good faith!
So what's the problem? What are you trying to do here? My question is,
What are you
John,
trying to do here?
why is John, I'm not even against you guys. What are you trying to do?
Then what are you doing?
Just pass the bill.
Let's do it. Let's do it, John.
Pass the bill as it
Keeps walking away from him every time Jack asks to try and set up a meeting. John walks away. He doesn't want to.
I won't
He doesn't
even
want
be
to.
in the room.
Now, at this point, a lot of people, I think, started to get a little embarrassed of the way John was behaving. They came over and they wanted to actually have a conversation with us, have a conversation about the way the bill is passed, why they believe in this mandatory spending, why they believe that they don't want year on year to have to go back to Congress to fight for this funding. And I understand all of that. I mean, I'm very happy to hear them talk about it and very happy, obviously, to talk to them. These are the people who, after all, fought in those wars. These are the people who are out there fighting now for their own cause and their own health. That's only right. John's behavior, I think, over the last couple of days and certainly today, actually undermines and diminishes that fight. And I think that's why, by the end of everything today, this happened.
This is Jack Posobiec. I'm here with Tim Jensen of Gruntstyle, and
Hello.
Jon Stewart is also here. Jon Stewart and I have decided to come to agreement. Have we not, John?
Yes, sir. I lost my temper a little bit. I felt like I was being trolled, and I realized that the important thing is you just got to get this done for these guys and get them over the finish line to get the health care they need.
We're at 98%. Let's get it over the last 2%.
Please.
Is that fair?
Fair.
You shake on it?
7-5, brother.
Do or die.
Not a bad result. Now, let's see about helping those veterans without the partisan vitriol.
There we go. And that's what happened today on Capitol Hill.
Jack's too nice. He always tries working everything out with everybody and thinks that it's okay to do so. I mean, I agree with him to a point, but, you know, Jon Stewart's just a piece of crap. My opinion. Just my opinion. Yeah. So, anything else that you got? I was just skimming through a couple different newspapers just to see if there's anything interesting that we haven't already covered. There's a young lady that had hit a person on a bicycle, and I'd seen this footage within the last few days. Apparently, she was a congresswoman saying that she's actually going to continue to run and complete her time in the seat position that she's in. Found it fairly interesting. Not interesting enough to pull up the article for you. Just kind of, again, skimming through some papers.
JS is full of BS, Mad Hats. Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't like Jon Stewart. He's really annoying. How he actually got anywhere the way he did is beyond me. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene has something to say about the Al-Zawahiri killing. Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia denounced President Joe Biden for taking a victory lap over the death of Al-Qaeda leader. Biden confirmed on Monday that Al-Zawahiri who had led Al Qaeda since Osama bin Laden's 2011 death in the hands of the U.S. Well, we don't need it. We went her quote. Green quickly took to Twitter to lash out at Biden's attempt to act tough on TV by speaking on the death, arguing that most Americans were either unaware of the leader or had forgotten about Al Qaeda and Al-Zawahiri, despite the group being behind the N11 stuff, the largest ever terrorist attack in U.S. history. She suggested that Biden should have instead focused on issues including the botched U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan and a so-called proxy war with Russia. Al-Qaeda leader Zawahiri has been killed by the CIA-led airstrike. Zawahiri is credited for planning an 11 attack on the USS Cole, but most Americans don't know or have forgotten who he is. But once they know, they will be glad he's dead. But Joe's victory lap is ridiculous. It's absurd, and Joe is going to try to act tough on TV. Yeah, he's trying to actually grow his constituents back because he's lost everybody. Not a single person has anything good to say about him. I really don't see how he still has any percent at all of anybody that likes him. It's just really kind of confusing to me. Biden is all up in every other country's business except for his own, while the U.S. citizens are struggling. And that was Caprintis. Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you 1,000 times over. He seriously does not care about us. The last person that actually really seriously cared about us was, the predecessor. And, everybody kind of has an issue with, Orange Man bad, so they're just kind of going along with it. Oh, it's just not him. So as long as it's not him, we're all safe. We're all good, because the predecessor was so bad. Orange Man bad. I really don't see how bad he really was. We have the tendency to actually lean that way. If there's anybody out there that would actually like to actually debate us on that, or actually can pull up the other side, come on in here. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's hear what you have to say, because I just don't see how that works. No one likes Biden. They just hate Trump. Yep, exactly. The way it's always been.
All the 5 people in the Jeep parking lot that they cannot fill to save their life. But hey, who am I to question anything? Or am I questioning anything? John Apocalypse, I would think Biden would assassinate himself by walking up some stairs. Yeah, it wouldn't take much to get rid of Biden, like I said. Just a flight of stairs, and he'll knock himself around until he falls into several large pieces on the floor, and then it'll just be like, oh well.
And I'm just looking at headlines. California's Gavin Newsom declares a state of emergency over a particular disease that's only spread through the homosexuals. It's kind of strange that it's a state of emergency in California all of a sudden. Oh, well, okay. It's awesome. Good to know that there's so many people that are going around and spreading this to, everybody else.
A couple of people saying good night. Night, people.
Need to sleep, guys. Always a pleasure. Night. Yep. Have a good one, Alan. Who else? My bed is screaming for me. Have a good night, Bella. Sleep well. I've seen that Bella Maddie's mama has actually been running her own stuff, and she's been actually working on a setup or whatever. I'm kind of interested in what she's going to actually end up doing, what kind of information she's going to actually try putting out there. found that very interesting. We do have quite a few people that actually follow us that actually do have their own content of sort that they're trying to produce. If there's any other reports out there that somebody thinks that we should actually cover, you just let us know. We'll see if we can't, pull up a headline or something and give a thought. Biden admin not fully compensated victims of forest fires that Fed government started. Oh, yeah. Go figure. Well, if anything else, we can either go away, we can break down, we can do something else. I know that AmericaShirts only likes to go for so long because, he's going on 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
Somebody does have a link out there if they're interested in doing something. Otherwise, we'll give them a few minutes. So I know it takes time to get there. Click on the link, get everything up and going, and get set up if that's the case. Otherwise, they can just send a message and say, nah.
Nah. I say nah. Nah. We'll do the Joe Neerman. Ready?
No. Do the grim edit.
Yes, the grim edit.
Oh, wow. Large McKinney fire near California-Oregon border explodes to 55,000 acres. That's amazing. That's just massive. Oh. Rapper Mystical is arrested on assault and drug charges in Louisiana.
Barton Bella says, finally tired. Good night.
Good night,
Beautiful bunch of
bunch.
bananas. See y'all tomorrow.
See y'all tomorrow. Yes, absolutely. We will be back here tomorrow. 10 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, because, that's the best time. 3 o'clock in the morning for y'all over there. Yeah, see, it's only going on 1 here, so, I'm kind of awake still. We'll see what happens here within the next few moments.
Barton Bella goes, deuces.
I can't decide if I have anything to talk about. We can talk to chat. Anybody that sticks around, we can do, whatever. I'm sure we can hold a conversation with each other as well. That can't be too difficult, seeing as we talk to each other, for most of the day.
Yep. But if you're going to do that, I think I'm going to scoot.
Yeah. Sounds good. Everybody make sure you check out AmericaShirts and all of his links.
Indeed, you should. And bookmark the website. Hey.
Hey, shirts.
Yeah, bookmark the website. It is going to be hopping and popping up here anytime this week, hopefully. So check that out and bookmark it there. Also, you check me out on my Rumble, AmericaShirts, as you see it on the screen, capital A, capital S, all together, one word. You search it on Rumble, you'll find it, and it's in the link in the description.
Look at that. See, Goody's right on top of that. He put that website out there already.
There you go.
Thank you, buddy.
There we go. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in and listening tonight. I will catch you awesome people later. See ya.
See ya.
Later. It's just us.
Is his
What's up?
website working?
I'm assuming he's going to have it up and working by the end of the week. He's been working on it diligently. I've looked at it. He had a couple other people.
Every day since we met.
I know, right? I'm like, dude, how long is this taking? He's like, hey, I'm doing this myself, so it's just him,
I wish I knew how to help
fumbling
him.
through, right?
Yeah.
Fumbling through, trying to do something that he's never done before, really. It was working at one point in time. I believe he had lost a provider or something or other, which is the reason that he had to redo things. And I looked at it within the last few days. It looks like most of it's ready. There's just a couple of links that need to be tied properly, which
Can you hear
can't
my
be.
fans? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
You can't?
nothing. No,
Okay.
I can't. What I could hear was AmericaShirts stuff. I was like, oh my lord.
Him
The
eating?
second, him mukbanging my show, and then his fans going, and AmericaShirts needs to read scary stories to relax to.
So what's happening?
Ashley says, full attention now, LOL. So she's just ready for us to actually just go off into randomness. Anybody else that's sitting out there that does want to join us, you can totally, raise a hand or whatever, and we'll get you in here. Preferably
come
somebody
talk
that's in
with us.
Discord. Otherwise, as far as that goes.
Hi, Cynthia. Thank you.
What's
Matches my
Divinity
shirts,
up to
don't
tonight?
leave. Me?
Yes.
I'm almost finished with the live chat, trying to, pull out the see goody and sense stuff because it's fucking
This live chat?
stupid and hilarious. No, not yours. Actually, yours I will include because he does the daddy stuff in this one, and I think that's cute, so I'll put it on this one. So I'll be up all night.
So out of good logic.
Yeah. That's where it started. That's where it's been happening.
Sure. How long have you been working on it tonight? A few hours?
Yeah, I mean, this chat just came back up, so I've only been at it for maybe 30 minutes or something. Oh no,
okay.
it's still scrolling. So it'll be a while. I have a different video that I'm doing before this one, so I don't even know if I have enough space in my phone to finish this. That's okay.
Princess says, I'm not on your Discord. I feel out of the loop. If you want to join the Discord, I'll throw you a link where you can actually come in. If you're part of, I really don't just want to throw links out for Discord into this live chat, just because I just don't know who's all in here. What I was doing, I'll go and I'll pull it up again, is throw a link to my Twitter page, and you can actually go there.
Wow.
Leave me a message in DM, and I'll throw you a Discord link so that way you can actually join us. If that's something that you're interested in doing, I'll actually go over to my Twitter right now so that I'm there. Oh, looks like I actually do have a message
right now.
on Twitter.
Oh, they better be somebody that wants to join us.
Well, that's kind of what I was hoping. There's going to be somebody that was going to join us.
I thought we could talk to each other because we talk every day.
Only if
we
you
know
want.
what to talk about.
Well, I mean, I suppose we can't share what our normal conversations would be like.
Oh, don't make it sound perverted, you freak. Good God. I'm going to post our fucking screenshots because you're being a creep.
Don't do that. Stop it.
That's it. Forget this other thing.
You're doxing me. Oh.
Yeah, Jean's got the right idea. Makes you good to come talk to us. Or Cynthia? Or Jean herself? I mean, we really don't have anything to talk about. We will just be having you do all the talking.
I mean, here, what I'm going to do here, so then if that's the case that somebody wants to come in here, so I'm going to actually throw this up here. I don't want 1,000 people come jumping in here and be like, "Oh, I want to join the show."
He's a liar. He wants it.
I won't actually just bring everybody in. There's going to be questions that will be asked, and explain that there's certain things that you just can't do. Just saying.
Why are you yelling at them? They didn't even do anything wrong.
I'm
Let
not
them come in
yelling at
here, say the
nobody.
bad words, and then yell at them.
Looks like
Who is it? Who
Looks like
clicked first?
Killshot's going to come in here most likely.
Yes, nice. Should we talk? Do we have any drama? Can we please talk about our drama? I mean, for Christ's
So
sake,
then
these people
anybody
might
that
wanna
actually
know.
clicks that link, bring themselves in here, they'll be able to see private chat, and I can get Discord links that way.
What did that say?
Just saying.
Koolfrogg, did you ever hear the new BS about the ATF trying to track down what is budding ammo?
Did you hear the BS about ATF trying to track who's buying ammo?
Yeah, in California, you have to register your ammo. Or you did. Let's see if you
That could be dangerous if you actually haven't actually register every little bullet that you actually own, because they're going to say, oh, well, you can't own over so many bullets or, so much ammunition for each weapon. And maybe even kind of include that in, saying that you can only have so many bullets for all your weapons together. It could be really something dangerous. Because they just want to take away your guns. That way it's easier for them to control you. How's it going?
I wonder if this is still our law in California. I can't tell. Register.
I think she said hi, but I don't think that actually
is
come
Ashley
through.
here? Oh, you must be unmuted. I didn't see. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, there's something that no, we can't hear you. We can
see your
just see your bubble. Yep, we see your pickle bubbling
Is that
up.
what that is?
Yeah. I'm not really sure what's in between there. Let's make it a little bit bigger. What in the world?
The internet.
Oh,
nerds
it's a
probably know what that is. It's a bug.
pickle. A pickle with arms.
No, it's getting eaten by something, right?
No, I'm pretty sure that's a rib cage.
Oh.
It's got arms and it's holding weapons in its hands.
Toybox said Pickle Rick.
Pickle Rick.
Is that what it always looks like?
I don't know. I don't watch that
Susie
shit.
said Pickle Rick too. They must be right. You don't. Well, I don't watch enough to know this, I guess. Farron doxing Andrew on stream was some good drama. I actually
Grr, 1
missed
second.
it,
Be right back.
but I
All
saw
right.
people
Sounds
talking
good.
about it. I was watching, but I was in 2 streams, so I kind of missed what actually happened.
I'm not really sure. Oh, okay. I see who it is. Only if you want me to. Yeah, we can. I'm gonna make her a mod. She actually was asking if she could.
Who?
She is part of our Discord. I don't know what she wants me to call her, because really calling out what I had been calling her really isn't
Cum shot?
something. I mean, you can call her cum shot, but what I was calling her could be kind of misconstrued and taken wrong.
What
and
is
like,
it?
I was calling her kill shot. So I mean,
Oh, you
somebody,
mean for
yeah,
YouTube's side? Oh.
yeah, for the
Oh,
YouTube
fuck.
side,
I hate it when I push say low battery.
Not that I
option.
don't mind certain things, because I say fuck, shit.
Well, you know what I just did? Instead of telling it close for my low battery, I said go to low power mode, and I fucking hate it when my battery is yellow or orange or whatever that is. I hate it. It gives me OCD.
Toybox says, it's Kumi-chan, you animals.
That sounds better
Okay.
when you say it, Toybox.
Say hi.
I can't.
She's back.
She's not back.
And it's not working.
So, what are you and Toybox Brain going to do on your Friday stream?
It's going to be an open, so anybody's going to be allowed to come in, and it's pretty much just starring Toybox Brain, so that way
Starring. Are you going to let him say the things
stays
that he
around.
says? He says a lot of awful
He
things.
does say a lot of awful, funny things.
No, just awful. Some of them are just awful. Disgusting.
He's like, if you want to lose subscribers, and I'm like, yeah, right. He's got over
so
1,000 subscribers himself. That's the amazing part. So I really don't see it being that much of an issue. I did create that thumbnail today, and actually started the so it's pretty much set up for Friday for him to actually come in here. And hopefully a lot of people actually see that and will actually, join us.
Oh no, Cynthia, you're gonna be fucking drunk.
Drink every X touches her hair, or every time she touches her hair.
There's low limit on ammo you
Don't
can
do
purchase
that.
here in Cali. However, you do
She
need to
just
have a
did it
valid
again.
ID and over the age of 21. Last I checked. So then I know that they were talking about it, and I know that they at least had started it in 2019. Did they repeal it or it just didn't get voted on? Because we just bought ammo before that, so that didn't matter, but maybe it didn't go through.
Yeah, hopefully stuff that you already bought is kind of grandfathered in and you don't have to actually worry about.
So when we learned that it was happening, we bought like thousands of rounds so that we'd have them before that came into effect.
Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do to you. If they're gonna, let's add that person to there. How long ago do you think that she said something in chat so that way she might just have to actually say something in chat for me so that way I can add her to the wrench list? Because I did notice early show you were here for a little bit, but then all of a sudden like you had stepped away for whatever reason, which is totally fine, but there wasn't a single person with a wrench for a good like 45 minutes.
Open your
So
own
I'm
fucking chat, dummy. Be your own mod.
Well, it is, and I was. That's what I'm saying. I just.
You just bitching
I'd
right
like
now
to.
just to be bitching? Got it.
I'm just holding the conversation. What do you? I'm not bitching about nothing. I'm just saying it was a good 45 minutes of no wrenches, and I'm just like, it'd be nice to actually have somebody there, so I'm not actually paying attention to that, and I'm able to pay attention to the news.
How many porn bots came in?
None.
How did you think you had to censor?
That I had to censor?
How many things do you think that you needed to
a good half dozen to a dozen that were. That's what I said. It's not a whole ton. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just trying to, make sure that I'm covered for the most, as opposed to
Good night,
having to do so.
I'm just giving you shit because it's fun.
What is going on here?
But I feel like we
Maybe
don't have
try a
anything to
link
talk
here.
about. Do you literally, can you think of anything in the whole world? I feel like as soon as we click close, there's like shitload of things to talk about. Could we talk about any of our drama? These people might want to know.
Can we talk about our drama? I mean,
Yeah, or
if
we'll
you
piss people
really
off.
want to.
I don't
I mean,
want to, but I kind of.
like some may actually be interested in what happened and why we're being selective with our wrenches and everything that's going on.
Do we wait until it's a forced issue?
Particular person is blocked, cannot see my channel whatsoever, period.
Is that how that works? Well, he probably has a shitload of different names, right? I would.
Well, and that's the thing is this, any of the other names that person may actually have.
So we're saying that person. I guess that the drama is out for tonight, but if he strikes again, I swear to God, I'll do my own live and just drag everyone through the goddamn mud. I don't care. Because people want to know. At least there's like 50 people that might want to know. That's enough.
I mean, yeah, see, there you go. Gene got it right on top of the head, right there. Bearded.
But Gene, how did you know? Is it because we said something before or because you've been here? Because that's curious and curiouser. Now, I'm kind of tripping, Toy Box Brain. I didn't know that you had 1,000 subs. Have you always been as freaky as you were the last time that we were on live, or the first time I saw you on live?
I think that
I think he's live right
might
now.
be a good the answer may just be yes. He's always been that way, and the 1,000 people that are following him are just as degenerate as he is.
I don't know. It was really, it was a lot.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I made it work.
Nice.
Yep, Tweety, that one, that bearded Kiwi. There was an issue with that particular person. Had an area in Discord that they had created, and tried to actually,
No, no, no. We're not. Are we talking about it or are we not talking about it?
I was, but I can stop if you don't want me
Well, I
to.
sound like you weren't going to name names. And then
People already guessed.
Because I mentioned it on my live. I was saying, should we go into the actual details of the drama? And I was like, nah, maybe we just wait till he
That's
strikes again.
kind of what I was. Well, I mean, maybe we can prevent that from happening by letting enough people know on what actually happened to stop that from happening again. I mean, I don't know because
Well, is Grim awake? Let's just ask him.
it's Grim
Maybe
awake.
tell us what to do. Be the boss of us, please. No, we're not really halfway there. We haven't really said anything. I guess I already mentioned on my live that I think
Sparkle
Bearded
says
Fox is an
Koolfrogg. I say
asshole.
yes, cover it. So basically what's going on is this person actually created a spot in Discord to actually try bringing us all into one area as opposed to us being in our own servers like we already previously had been, which I didn't really use. And it seemed as though everybody that was in there kind of felt as, there was something that just wasn't going right. There's some stuff that had happened with between him and a few people. I don't, that really kind of disliked what was happening. A couple things happened while I was on a live with them. A couple more happened when I was in a back
See, that's
room
not
with them.
details.
Well, I mean, we don't need to actually go into, oh my God, he did this and he did that. I mean, I think they kind of can get the point that, the cancerous degeneracy of this particular person was very disturbing. He was breaking up friendships. He was doing whatever he could to actually drive wedges in between people. He was gathering subs from other people as opposed to creating his own content to get the subs. I've been working my butt off for the last 7 months to have somebody come in and actually try taking over my stuff and telling me how to do what I was already doing and trying to change my mind, on top of the other things that he actually did personally. If you want to tell your side of it, you can totally tell your side of it. I'm not telling you can't, but I'm not going to go into detail on my side because I don't feel it's necessary for them to hear all of it.
I just asked you that. Should we go into detail? And you're like, yeah.
Like I said, if you want to, yes. Go ahead. Tell them what you want to tell them, because that's pretty much what should happen. And,
I mean, the details are bigger than me. Like my shit, him thinking that I'm a cunt and, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. But I did, sorry. But him thinking like bad things about me and saying the things about me are like the smallest thing about what he did. About like saying he would leave a live if I would show up. If I would show up in chat, he said he would leave the show. So you better believe I tested that shit out, and he did leave.
And vice versa. You were both doing the same thing. So the second that you're both in the room, you both leave.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I would leave a live if he was in there, or would I leave a live if he was talking shit about me?
No, you both did the same thing. Is one of you showed up and the other one was there or whatever. It's like the second one would leave, the other one already had the idea in their head or something that they were doing the same. And seriously, like both of you to remove yourselves and be like, "Oh, wait a minute here, why'd they both leave?" So until we figured out where he was actually going with things, and he did the stuff like he did in front of me, such as striking people that he shouldn't be, hitting anybody, period, anyway. He went too far.
Yes, let Toybox come in, please. Oh gosh, I don't know, but yeah.
Oh, I'm fine with that. Toybox wants to come in, click that link that I threw up there. I mean, it might be a little further up. Let me see if I can't find it. Pin it. There you go. It's pinned. Come talk to us.
Good question.
Let me come in
Gina.
now.
Wait, maybe you can answer this, Koolfrogg, since you know more than I do. Gina is asking, why was Bearded so upset with Divinity?
Oh, seriously, he seriously took anything, like he would tell his ridiculous jokes, and you could see the look on your face being like that look right there. That
I rolled
one.
it at you just purposefully, but give me a fucking break. I'm in Discord, I'm in chat, and
I
he's gonna say
no,
the look on
and
my face
I
has to do
know.
with him.
Right.
Bitch,
That
know when you're being ignored.
exactly.
That's how I feel about
No,
that.
exactly. I'm totally with you on that one, too.
So yeah,
I'm
he
just
didn't like
saying.
my facial expressions on
Yeah.
live, and that was it as me having a reaction to him. And it's funny because
So, like-
behind the scenes, I was like, this guy is fucking weird, dude. His jokes aren't funny. He's really strange. He does this, he does that, he does this and that. And turns out because I guess he could tell because I wasn't engaging with him as much as he thought I should, he chose to be a bitch about it and go to people and decide, well, divinity's this, divinity's that. I'm like, okay, dude. So after a week, I told him to fuck off, and he tried to go a little more ham, and that didn't work out. And the fucked up thing is that he's like, she's going to all her saying this. I'm like, no, I went to Afrin saying this, and then they all came to me to talk about this. Like the way that it broke off was somebody from that he was bitching to coming to me and saying, what's going on with this?
Sup,
and I'm like,
Germs?
I don't know. Hey, Germs. Well, I thought he was nice, and that's where I started with him, like the first day. And then it was like, wait, it was a lot. I don't want to go in. I guess I can't. I would love to tell you the rest of the details, like about
Yeah,
other
exactly,
streamers,
Germs. He's
about
like,
other
what
streamers.
WTF was the banana video? That shit was weird. And his kids were in the room.
Yeah, that's right. His kids were in the
Exactly.
room for all those
It's
weird jokes.
disgusting.
Yeah.
Overtly sexual. Yeah, overtly sexual. Yeah, it was really strange. And then, like, that's not where it ended. He would like get on cam, like secret cam things, and he. You
Yeah.
guys,
Yeah.
I mean, if you, it was foul. And then he. Well, here's the thing, Mims. I'm not always sweet. I'm sometimes sarcastic, and I'm being nice, but he's a very insecure man. So any confidence and any jokes he couldn't take. One night he was explaining something to me, and I'm like, oh, here you go, mansplaining. And he freaked the fuck out. And was like, oh, vag-splaining this and that. And then he proceeded to mansplain to me what mansplaining was. I'm like, okay, dude. There's a lot. There's a lot of little things that make it a big thing for me. And it's like,
Yeah.
especially when I try to be nice to him. It's like, what? And yeah. So that's all.
Okay. We have an interesting guest that hello, Johnny Apocalypse. How are you?
Hi. Uh-oh.
And that's the settings stuff. You got to go into the settings, and you have to change the settings to what you're using as opposed to the defaults that are in there for the microphone and audio settings. Just saying.
Yeah, that's what
And-
happened with me.
Yeah, everybody gets that, and they don't understand why they have to actually change those settings to actually get something to work, because it doesn't always run off the default. Most likely, you have
No.
something that needs to change.
For me, it was because I was streaming my own stuff, and I changed a bunch of settings, and yeah.
That's what I was thinking, yeah. How do you like streaming through OBS?
It's okay.
It's confusing?
hard, but it's okay.
Okay.
Like the latency, I don't know how to figure that out.
What's that mean? Does that mean it looks like it's lagging from our side, or?
Yeah, like I'll already be, let's say, halfway through the. I don't even know how to explain that. It's like a major lag, like a 50 to 60-second lag.
Damn.
Between OBS and YouTube,
Yeah, so like
there's always a buffer between any software that you're using and YouTube. The Restream and the StreamYard have tendency to be the shortest, and they're still about 30 seconds. When you use Streamlabs or OBS or any of those other open source applications like that, those ones do have the tendency to be a lot longer, and you really get like a good 50 to a minute and a half,
Okay. But my
which can
question,
be hard. Go ahead.
yeah. But my question about OBS would be, would I be able to do something like this?
It's the best person to talk to about that would be Grim. He's the one that uses OBS on a regular basis, and then he uses Discord. to add people.
Oh, okay.
So as opposed to having like this or whatever, he'd basically have his Discord tied to the stream, and then anybody that jumps into that particular area where everybody is, they would actually be broadcast into.
What is this?
Oh
Okay.
wow, we got some. This could be interesting. Uruguayan dwarf.
Yes. Hey, girl. No, we
My
can't
box
hear you,
break.
Kimmy-chan. Try again.
Yeah, you got to change those settings, bud. And once we get those settings, fixed or whatever, you shouldn't have such a problem come this weekend.
So, like
when
the
you
first time you
start.
join the stream, you have to set up your settings, and then Restream remembers them.
It does, unless you go and change them for another program. So the
Yeah.
second that
Oh
you
my
leave and you go change them,
Hey.
So now it works.
Oh my God.
Yes, both of you.
Can you hear me?
okay. There's the Uruguayan dwarf. Johnny, you say something?
You're a gay dwarf.
You're gay, and can't you read Koolfrogg?
Oh, I'm sorry. Johnny, did you try as well?
Yeah, I think I fixed it.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
All right, excellent. It's a pleasure meeting you, Koolfrogg, Divinity.
Yeah, awesome.
Nice
Good to
meeting
see you.
also.
Sup, chat.
Sup, chat. Your volume's a little loud, a little quiet.
Oh, is it a little quiet? Okay.
Or
Just a little bit
speak
better.
up. There you go.
Okay. All right, I
Oh,
didn't want
that's
to blow
it.
anyone's ears out. Okay.
Who cares?
Oh my God, could be
Yeah.
Chuck.
Oh my lord. Is this what we're
I
gonna have
took
to
notice
deal
there.
with on Friday?
Yeah.
Could very well be.
I'm sorry.
Oh, goodness.
The Coomster, I'm like, Kumi. That's her.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how's everybody doing? Everybody having fun?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, doing pretty good.
Awesome.
Delicious.
It's delicious.
Sounds yummy.
See?
Oh my. Delicious
think I heard
sounds
that.
yummy. That's kind of interestingly fun.
Wait. Not that I'm tasting myself. And it's delicious.
What the hell?
You're
Did
cutting
you-
out just enough for this to be fun.
Yo, it's actually working. No, just fine.
I'm pretty sure you just
Exactly.
tasted yourself. John, where are
They
you
go to
from?
subscribers.
I'm originally from Indiana, but I'm living in North Carolina right now. So,
All right. I can't get
Yeah, it's
anyone to
pretty
tell me
fun.
their states, and you're going to tell me where you used to live? Could you tell me your social? Just kidding, dude. He's getting his card out.
Johnny, if you're interested, you can hit. If I don't know if there's something that you're interested in, I threw a Discord link down in the private. You can
Oh,
join
sure.
that if you're interested in joining over there.
Just did.
There's
By the way-
plenty of fun.
Gotta love technology. It's really come so far now.
Well, don't everybody not say something at the same time.
Oh, well, we all went to Discord. You said something on Discord, and I remembered it hadn't been there for a minute.
So they're like, "Oh, let's go see what they changed their name to over there."
Oh gosh, yeah.
Dude, we're getting another storm today. Check it out. I went up to a place called Cerro Gordo, which is like this big mountain. Anyways, this is like this big mountain, and it's from the base to the top is 7 miles, and it's 5,000 elevation climb. So we had a thunderstorm roll in when we got up there, and it got pretty bad. So we end up leaving. Today, the whole road is closed, and you can't access the mountain today. I was like, what the hell? I could have been stuck in a ghost town. I could be a ghost living in a ghost town. Does anybody watch Ghost Town Living on YouTube?
I
Like
think
any
I've seen a
YouTube channel?
few.
You have?
First time I heard
It's
of it.
really
Yeah.
cool. This dude.
I have not seen this.
Have I?
What is this? Is this just like living in a ghost town?
Yeah, this guy bought a ghost town I think he's been there for like 2.5 years, and I guess somebody went to see it. One of his friends came back and brought pictures and said it was for sale. So he raised the money and bought a ghost
Oh
town.
yeah,
He's living
that's
there.
the one.
Yeah, he's been living there for a couple years, and now he's got people that have gone up there with him. He's on YouTube. He's got like 1 million subs. But Heavy D and them, they've been so no one in California could get up this mountain. They couldn't bring supplies. They couldn't bring water. They couldn't bring a tank. Nothing. But Heavy D and his boys, they were able to take up these giant trucks and bring up the water tower. They started one of their hotels, the old American. I think it's called the American Hotel. It was like, I don't know, 100, 200 years old. It burned down because of electricity there in the mine because it's been obviously gone for so long. And they're helping rebuild it. Oh, that's what it was. They couldn't find anybody to bring the bricks up the mountain because it's pretty steep grade and pretty, like, it's kind of scary. 4-wheel drive is definitely recommended.
Sort of like the utilities up in the town? Or is it one of those where you just have to survive on your own?
Were there utilities up there? That's a good. No, there were lights and the bathroom and shower worked. So
electricity for sure, right?
Yeah. Well, back in the day, they used to haul ore from there, and they had like this big cart thing, and so probably when they ran all of the tram, they also ran electricity.
I think the last time I remember watching one of his videos, he was going through the mine or something like that.
Yeah, he goes
And they
in
had
them.
found a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scary. I think it's interesting, but I grew up in the middle of nowhere where I just find it interesting.
Well, I'd like to be in the middle of nowhere right now. I tell you, the way things are going nowadays, it's might as well.
Yeah, that's true.
We're going somewhere else with that.
Well, I mean, I am going somewhere else, but I live in Raleigh, so it's one of those things, living in the city and having a backyard that's clay. Can't even grow my own food.
Question:
Tweety,
are you coming?
What'd you say?
I don't know. Just oh, I'm more excited.
I don't hear any of that.
What?
Good.
Friday night's gonna be fun.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Yeah, Sparkles, they're in the middle of nowhere. They do have taxes and assessments. And not only that, in order to bring in their own water tower, in order to fill the water that is required for them to have sprinklers, they have to have a sprinkler system because the hotel they're rebuilding is considered a new build. And so they had to bring in this huge water tower. The only truck in California that can fill that is a water company. So they had to like make their own water company and do all this shit. Like there's so much regulation here. Yeah. In the middle of literally 7 miles up on road, no one's lived there for 100 years.
Yeah.
It's regulated.
Yeah, because I remember him saying he was having a hard time getting the trucks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's super dope. And when you go up there, it's like almost impossible to understand how those big trucks from Heavy D got there. Some of the turns, I have a lot of it videoed and I'm going to post it, but some of the turns, it's like, what the fuck? I'm in a Jeep and it's like I feel just like if my car were any bigger, it would be terrible. Come here, buddy. No? Okay, we'll go in.
Oh, darn. Doggo denial.
Oh, he didn't want, he's the goodest boy and he didn't want to jump on me. Come on.
Oh.
No, he's not gonna do it. Do you want to? He's not. Yeah, there you go. You see her?
No.
Oh.
You see her, dog? You're the best boy. So anyways, what else? You want to get high? He loves to get high. You want to get high? I
Yes,
would never
please.
do that though. Don't tell him in society.
Want a kid?
That
As a
sounds
matter of
like
fact,
fun. I wish I
he
had some.
relies on getting high when we have company and in the dog way. However, that's legal for dogs. When we have company and for 4th of July, he's like, give me the butter. And also when
I
he
always
sees
thought
the
it was
ball.
bacon.
Well, if I could do it with bacon, I would do it with bacon, but it's just easier to give him wheat butter.
Well, I meant for the dog, It's just
Oh,
like,
that's not going to pass him out,
bake
though.
it.
He needs to chill.
All right, let's see. Well, with so much that's actually going on, I didn't catch the earlier part of the show. So, did you already cover like what was going on in Iraq?
Like, what part of Iraq are you?
Well, recently there was another win for the Biden administration. They took out Al-Zawahiri.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
We did
Yesterday.
cover. Yeah, we did cover
Okay,
that
nice.
earlier. Yeah. I don't know if that was like first or second thing that we actually covered.
Oh my goodness, I tell you, it's going to be interesting to see what the midterms are going to be like.
Wait, could you guys tell me about that story, but like to a regular person? You know, like what does that mean to me?
It was an operative that was actually part of the towers in New York being attacked back then. Apparently, he had something to do with that. If you had caught what that Brian was saying or whatever, it sounded like they had him in hiding for a while, and they actually just finally released him from his hiding spot to only take him out with a couple of missiles, just destroying like the building that he was in and all these other people that are around him. It really was something strange to hear somebody like Joe Biden saying, "Hey, we took care of him. He's no longer a threat," when he hadn't been a threat for the longest
That's what
time
I was going to
because
ask you.
he was being paid to sit in a hole. And they just finally marched him out and took him out now. So it really sounds like it was an inside job. Not saying it is. It was just the way it's sounding. And the people that I had talked to about it, through chat, whatever, hopefully he messages me soon and we can actually get him on show and he can let us know exactly what was going on.
So so that they got him, it's an old thing. How does that change the next week or month or anything like that?
It opens it up for Al Qaeda to actually do something back to us if they really wanted to.
Why does that? Oh, because we killed him? Is it?
Yeah, because we took him out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Vaporized him from the face of the planet.
But if he's like a nobody to us and it's been that long and we've already taken other guys, is this the highest guy we've taken out from that?
Since bin Laden himself, he was like the number 2. Now, obviously we took out bin Laden supposedly, and this guy would have been ranked up or whatever and been
Did
the
they
number
retaliate
1
for bin
leader.
Laden?
Did they retaliate? Well, there's still stories that are evolving around that as well. That the SEAL Team 6 hadn't done stuff or possibly did. I'm not going to go into it in depth, but it sounded as though there could be some potential issues that way that we just don't know. There's not enough information out there. The fun one is I'm hoping to actually get the one guy that knew enough to actually show up on show here in the next few days and actually just dump a whole slew of information on us.
Well, Germ said killing terrorists is important because they need to know if they do things like that, then they won't never be safe. And then he says, Anwar al-Baghdadi was the ISIS top dog. They had a dog chase him. They had a dog chase him down and he blew himself and his family up. Oh shit. There needs to be a fear if you do it, you'll. But they know that like they're aren't they like won't they strap things to them and like go do a thing? So like what do they care about death?
Yeah, right. What do they care about it? Why what?
Well, at the heart of it, we could pretty much tell that the Democrats need pretty much every headline that they can get for a win to distract from the economy right now and have a chance of winning anything in the midterm elections as it stands.
Right, exactly.
I mean, they haven't been exactly getting the best press lately with independent media.
They haven't been getting the best press of anything in the last 18 months. It's been, you've been watching Joe Biden's numbers slump like super hard. I still don't believe that he is, in the, I don't know, the last we checked, he was at like 31% of people actually
Leave it.
thought that he was doing a good job.
Leave it.
If there's that many people that
Exactly.
still think that he's doing a good job, that's ridiculous. I think there's a lot of people that are waking up to what's actually going on, and we could actually see some changes come November here that will actually, maybe push to the other side.
CA Princess 619, oops, it just went off my screen, said, not sure if American media covered this, but 2 weeks ago, Turks attacked a tourist beach in Sako, Iraq. It's a constant battle in the Middle East. Ugh, tourists. That's sad. I mean, it's all sad. Tell us how a bunch of people leveled to, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, most of us don't exactly believe that anyway. So then to say that the people who did that are now being punished 20 something years later, and that's somehow going to change things at all, it's like, what? I don't get it. I'm trying to figure out why it matters. But is it, if it's just the media narrative that matters, so that people can be reminded that there's a conflict and that we're still fighting this, and to vote for the side that's their color so that they can feel secure, then maybe that's what it is. They're just selling soft fear or something. I don't know.
Well, yeah, because I mean, like the last thing that happened was Afghanistan, and in Afghanistan,
yeah,
I mean, gosh, the Biden administration basically gave away all of the weapons from the entire time we've been there, and just let them walk away with it, and not to mention all the allies that were left behind. I mean, and also denying all the soldiers that were that did GoFundMe's to, send cargo planes and helicopters and outfit entire groups to go and rescue the people that were left behind at the airplane or at the airport. It was just like, oh, okay, yeah, they need something. They needed this. But as far as where we go from there, it's probably going to be a lot of emphasis on every little thing leading up to November, and then it's probably going to go quiet except for like the next year where they start on their anti-Trump bandwagon.
Don't they start campaigning like right away? Won't Biden? Or he probably doesn't
well,
need to, huh?
He doesn't. It's not like he did in the last one.
Yeah. Interesting. So interesting, because I haven't really paid attention at all, like, for the last 2 years. I'm just like, who cares? I mean, I'm not going to turn into somebody who bitched about something for 4 years because they hated it. Because it's like, well, how good? They're not doing too good. So if I don't focus, then I won't hate it so much. But it is interesting to like know that so much stuff is still going on. Like, ugh.
Well, exactly. Yeah, like the things that are going on in the world right now. The things that they want us to focus on are the aspects that are positive, like, oh, the war in Ukraine. Okay, well, now we got to protect freedom. And then it's like they look at hotspots that are erupting in Iraq, and they're hoping that maybe something will burn there again. And then they can be like, oh, look, we're going to take down the last vestiges of, everyone that was involved with 9/11. And it's like, remember,
Right.
we're the ones taking care of you. We're saving you.
I know, it's such
Forget
an
about
old-
Afghanistan, though.
Do you think
Afghanistan no longer is a thing.
Do you think they pick that particular fear option because of the people that they want to engage in their elections? Like that's their main event, the where were you when event for them, or why?
Yeah, the neocons are now Democrats. They are no longer really conservative. So this is who they're pitching to when they're talking about, oh, we got Al-Zawahiri. Isn't this great? Oh gosh, now we did it. Another notch off the 9/11 kill list. But I mean, aside from that, I don't really see there being too much more, I don't expect there to be too much good news other than from like groups like Tesla under like Elon Musk in particular, because it seems like his plans for colonizing Mars and terraforming it is getting like right on schedule with all the launches recently from SpaceX. Not to mention, like he found a new way of launching more satellites all over the Earth for his Starlink, which
Dude,
I
did
mean,
you
again,
see when they did the Starlink? Were you guys able to see it where you're from? When they did like those all those little red dots that went through the sky, and they launched like hundreds of satellites a couple years ago, maybe.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I thought it was aliens. Twice he's done something that made me think. First time that I thought was aliens, and then when he did the space shuttle launch thing, or I don't know what it was, just some kind of missile launch thing, it looked like a damn nuclear weapon was going off, and I remember thinking, "Oh wow, this is what it feels like for that to be like." There's no last thought. It's just like, damn. But it wasn't that. It was
Is that true? Because is that terraform stuff true? Okay. He's only good at DNA people. That's pretty.
What are you doing? Did you hear Johnny? Are you still there?
I did not hear that.
I
Actually, kind of
think
came out garbled on my side.
I think he's asking if about the terraforming on Mars and if it's true, and how they're currently doing it. What's that about?
Oh yeah, actually, Elon Musk on his Twitter page, he kind of has the whole outline. He's got this set up where they're basically researching every level of adding an atmosphere to Mars and turning it from this lifeless husk of a rock to a new Earth, basically. And the way it looks and it's being pitched, I mean, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if the reason why we're dealing with, clown world, so to speak, is, just a distraction, because a lot of the elites are like, oh, let's just go to Mars. We'll take everything that we can from Earth and we'll just go there, and
That makes actually some sense.
and then they don't have to worry about the long-term repercussions of what happens here, because they're not going to be here anymore.
Are they like, do they take animals there to see if they can live, or or can people live there for sure?
They have a plan with these sealed domes that they've been playing around with. They have proven that people can live for a long period of time. So far, I think it's up to like almost a year and a half or 2 years in these isolated domes, and they've got to the point where they're almost self-sustaining in themselves. I'm sure once they perfect that technology, though, that's probably when they're going to really start investing in the spaceships that are necessary to making that trip. Because right now they're just perfecting rockets.
Well, do you think Neuralink happens before we go to Mars?
Oh, for sure. They need
Yeah?
something to get us. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if they even make Neuralink mandatory, just like
Dude,
the vaccine.
I think people, half of them will beg for it. I can't wait to not think.
Exactly. Even though I know what it's about, I still want Neuralink. It's just,
Just the information right here like that. More bandwidth.
exactly.
Bring
It's like
on the
control my
bandwidth.
brain, but let me just drive without using my hands, and I'll write a book
Yeah.
at the same time.
It's definitely tempting. But no, also no. I don't even want fucking Alexa in my house. That bitch didn't get to listen. If they have something in my TV,
Nah.
fine, listen. But I'm trying not to.
Oh, Alexa's horrible. They literally record everything that goes on with everyone that owns Alexa. It's like this huge algorithm where they get to add on to this potential AI that they're making. So.
And then maybe they'll just end you, upload your clone, put your shit in there. Your family wouldn't even know, because who even pays attention?
Well, exactly. Well,
like new Kamala.
There are like those hardcore people that you always see who's paying attention to every little thing that's happening. Like super fans for Elon Musk and Google. And you always got like those hardcore people.
Or something. They'll make something up. Look at our president. He had cancer and COVID all on the same day.
Oh, what they'll do is they'll end wokeness, and they'll have like a new group of people to be the face for what they have going on.
Oh. Yeah.
And they would just be like heralded as heroes. It's like, oh, look at these guys. They ended wokeness. Now we get to live normal lives again. This is amazing. And then like a whole lot of
Controls from
people will
the other
just,
side.
yeah, everyone will just tune out because then it's like, oh shit, culture and society's chilled out. Don't need to be dialed in anymore. And I mean, they have so many options that they could do, and the way that social engineers have been trained. I mean, I knew a guy that I went to a party with. He could literally dissect everything about this random girl we were looking at, and he nailed her mannerisms down to a T. Then he managed to end the conversation with me, smoothly walk over to her, talk to her for literally 2 minutes, and they left.
What?
Exactly. I was so wowed and scared fucking to death.
Right.
But that is exactly the kind of thing that I see from these people. Like they have no moral compass at all. I think they're just, they're done. It's like, okay, well, the population's getting too big to manage. We don't want to do this anymore. We don't want to leave this for other people.
Do you
We're
think they have
done.
no moral compass, or do you think their moral compass is set to fucking south?
No, I don't think that. I think they're at that numb point, especially for a lot of these older,
You're talking
types that
about
have been in office forever.
yeah,
And
them. I think their compass is set on south, and they're like I think they know exactly that they're doing some chaos.
yeah, I don't think they really want to train any successors. I think what they really want is just to leave and just start fresh somewhere else. And it's like the ultimate retirement plan for them because then it's like they don't have to live with any of the decisions that they did throughout their career. And for a lot of these people, it's not like they can afford constant security after they leave office or anything.
That's true.
And why
Hey,
would they want to
Robin.
look for their back?
What if you? Oh, here's a question. What if you found out that Tupac and Elvis and Princess Diana were all already on Mars, and it's true that they're alive? Would you go?
I would more likely believe that they would already be like on, if anywhere, on a moon base that hasn't been talked about, before Mars yet, and then they would probably be building their ships on the
Okay.
moon versus,
I'm with that. They have to be somewhere. They're definitely off planet.
exactly. There's no way that they could hide them anywhere here nowadays. I mean, 4chan was able to find Shia LaBeouf's flag that he took or whatever just by using a beam of light that was shedding on it from some window. It's like, what the?
Yeah. I kind of love
There's,
them for
there's
that.
no way. Exactly. The internet sleuthing alone nowadays is just next level. So
Barbara said they're all so old they'll die soon anyways. No. They know the fountain of youth. They do the drinking of the tiny people. Their red stuff in their veins. I'm not trying to get you canceled, Koolfrogg.
Watch yourself. Hello, Robin.
see, this is why I read the terms and services before I came on. I was
I
just
do
like,
see
oh,
Robin. Hey, Robin. You read the terms and services for this?
exactly. Yeah, I didn't want to accidentally say anything that was going to get Koolfrogg in trouble.
Yes.
Love
None
you, bro.
of us have ever read it. What does it say?
Oh God! All right, let me pull it up again.
There's a
I was
lot.
just making like notes for what not to say, pretty much. That was
I
like
never
you
did
can't
that.
talk about.
Good freaking guest. Wow,
There's
you're
so
next
much that
level.
you just can't say. You just
Tell
can't
us.
bring up a lot. Well, yeah, see, without actually talking about what we
Oh,
can't
you
talk
can't tell
about.
us.
No, that's exactly what I was gonna say. It's not like I could just, oh, okay, yeah, here's this. No, it's just best not to,
What the crap?
I learned a long time ago from my psychology class. If there's something you don't need to be talking about, then it's just best not to even mention.
I should have learned that. I'm gonna learn that today. For those that sent a message, Koolfrogg, you can just talk to the people.
I was letting you guys continue your conversation. That's why I did what I did. So yeah, there's a couple people that had sent privates to my Twitter. Click the links that are in there for Discord. We can get you in a group, and that way you understand what you can and can't accept with your said wrench, and we'll hold regular conversations with everybody in there.
Hi, Crystal. Hi, Robin.
Hey, Crystal.
Oh yeah, I couldn't see. Where's this mod channel? While I've got ya, hold on, because I looked for it last night and I didn't see it. It's on your
It's the last
server,
channel
but
that was created. It's YouTube mod only.
Oh, my ears.
oh, I do see that. But
You were in there. You were the first one to leave a comment. Now you remember?
Oh yeah, I do remember. There were I just was in there to talk shit to you. I didn't know which channel I was in.
Germs, what mod channel? Shh. Only those people that actually have certain, rights or whatever can actually. Ish Kid says didn't see your Discord. What?
Now see, I see you guys in there talking shit. I wish I was in here all day. Okay, well, good. Now I can read the rules. So if I pick that link right there, it'll tell me rules that you chose, or what?
Yeah, I mean, for the most. I mean, there's still some stuff that we need to actually, figure out and, get it down pat to what we're actually accepting, what we're not accepting.
You mean your?
Yeah,
right?
my rules.
Yeah.
My rules for
This
my
shit
show.
on us. We're just gonna enforce it.
Well, it's kind of a conversation that needs to be had between almost everybody that's in there or whatever. Germs has kind of taken up the lead on most of that or whatever, as being, I don't know if he wants it to be lead mod or what he wants to do, but he's pretty much taken up the reins on that, and he's helped me out with creating this group of people, of trusted people, to know that they're not going to actually go around and use their wrench for bad. They're going to use it for good things, and good things only.
This
Go
music to
Germs.
see Goody's ears. Finally.
Does this really work? Oh.
Good
Nope.
night.
Yeah. No, yeah, I hear you.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Does it sound better
You
than
sound a
after?
lot better than you did.
Well, yeah, because I was using a very shitty thing. Sorry, in my language. So I changed to my other better thing. I'm still gonna say Kumi-chan. So that's.
Good night, Jay Lovegate. You have a good one.
Yeah, good night, bro.
You see, because when I tried to do the link on my phone, that had like a weird pair of headsets, and it just wasn't working. So I had to go on my laptop.
What I like to call the fail hello for this part of the the first hello.
Tweety says Discord fails to work for me. I'm done.
What?
Oh, it's too bad.
No, it's probably for the best. I find it easy to communicate, like everyone.
What?
Like it's quick and easy, but it's definitely a trap.
Yeah, it's a trap.
Or
we're leading you down into this
it's not that
chasm trap.
It can be a lot of fun. Like the sun came up again on me this morning just because we were sharing music. It was like
yeah,
just on and on and on.
Music, lots of.
I got my 2 hours of sleep before my kid woke me up. Yeah.
Lots of what? Toy box? I didn't hear you. Random thought. Did anyone else get worried that POTUS test positive for the thing? I did not like him, but I prefer he lived out his term. I thought so too. I thought it'd be best that he lives out a term. Random late night thought. Those are the best ones. Those are the ones that we have when we're not on stream. It's like, you know what, that'd be. But these guys probably already talked about it, right? Koolfrogg.
I mean, when you actually think about it and you actually get into the deep down, what happens when the president is no longer the president for any reason whatsoever, and who's next in charge? Kamala Harris is scary. That's why we say we got to impeach the whole administration as opposed to just him.
Oh.
And exactly. So it's like each person moves up a step. So then you got Kamala as your second in command. You got Pelosi as your third in command, and then you got Leahy who is fourth in command. And having those people stepping up isn't really going to help anything. It's still the same deep state that's going to be ushering in this new world order that we're all thinking that's going to happen, and it seems to be happening sooner and faster than we all want it to. And I mean, this government the way it is actually kind of messed and needs to be changed.
Where did that come
Well,
from?
indeed, but I mean, it's like, you're fighting over nothing because the economy is totally destroyed right now. I mean, once the dollar's no longer, the main currency for oil, I mean, we're basically looking at a complete inability to pay off our debts, much less make our debt payments anymore. So, that's pretty scary.
Which is
Just
the first, that's what happened everywhere, Greece, Venezuela. Well, wait, Kath asked particularly, and we skipped over it, how do you use Rumble? Is it similar to YouTube or what?
It is very similar, pretty much has the same features as what YouTube would. It's just that it's not as user friendly as what YouTube is. So I mean, it's a little bit of a learning curve. It takes a little bit of time to actually dig through and figure out what's the best way to use it.
Yeah, I'm still learning.
Last night's cool tadpoles giggles were absolutely wonderful. Yeah. Tonight he decided to actually go to sleep with his mom as opposed to actually bugging me through the night, which is totally wonderful. Other than the fact that he slept early, so that means he's going to be up early. So, who knows how late I should be up tonight and how late I'll actually be up.
Oh, shit, warrior. Oh, what were you going to say, Divinity? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Nothing. I was just going to say my phone is finally charged, so I don't have that stupid battery problem anymore. So we've been on this live for 80%. Or I guess it's 70%.
Johnny?
Oh, yes.
Do it. Just do it.
Don't do what?
Do what?
Do it.
Over in Discord. Don't do it over here. Let's impeach everyone around here. In everyday life, and many truths would be revealed. Much easier. That would be nice and refreshing. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Because even in Canada, they have some worthless individuals that are in charge, and it just needs to stop. Yeah, I know, right? Trudeau is the wrong person to actually be in that spot.
Tyrant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's just disgusting what's going on.
Exactly.
I just got hell of a view for some reason. Posted again. It actually showed up on this, or didn't show up on this side. I thought it showed up on this side. Huh.
Well,
Even if it does block it again, I'll just kind of check it before it goes away and gets deleted.
let's have maybe because it said
there's certain words that just
I know,
that the
right, Barbara?
YouTube algorithm doesn't like. I'm pretty sure that everything until monetization is all going to be looked at over again, and they're all going to be like, no, none of it can be had. You got to cut out everything.
Exactly. I can only imagine how many hard drives it would take to keep streams like this, on your computer, so you can edit them after the fact, 10 years later. Oh, hey, you know that that 10 seconds of when you said like this word, you need to cut that out of that stream.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
I have a
exactly.
question.
And it's so many random words that we do say. What's up, Divinity? What's your question?
If you kept your stream under 6 hours and they let you edit it, are you only allowed to edit one piece, or could there be like several different sections that they'll let you take out if they flag them?
Several sections, I think.
Okay, Barbara, I actually see it. It's not going to get allowed, and I'm sure that who's ever out there is going to actually pop that out of there. They accepted it. Are you guys kidding me right now?
You didn't give us any rules. I didn't do it, by the way. My hands is right here. It wasn't me. They'll be mad. But what's wrong with that?
Because I mean, it's not that bad, I guess. I was just kind of looking at it a little different, but yeah, it's amazing that they haven't already. I mean, there's no way that they're able to keep the resident by himself, and not to spread it to anybody else, because there has to be somebody that's giving information back and forth. Playing the game of telephone it would be horrible. They
Read
need
it.
to, I don't know.
Read it. Go on.
Well, yeah, I mean, there you go. It's definitely one of those things, because again, like whenever talking about things like that, it's kind of like one of those things. It is like playing telephone,
That's what it is, see Goody. It doesn't like the words Kamala or Pelosi.
Kamala. This is the oddest thing about Kamala's speeches to date. It's like ever since she got back from her hiatus from Singapore under the supposed microwave attack that happened there at the embassy, I don't know. Am I the only one who kind of tells that she's been off, awkward laughs out of nowhere and, really struggling through some of those speeches?
I don't pay attention, so I don't know. Koolfrogg? What's happening with her?
She has no brains.
But is it different since she's been back?
Have
you noticed?
She's got a new speechwriter. That's the thing. Is that within the last few weeks they actually fired the speechwriter. So being that speechwriter's no longer there, that could be part of what's going on. Why she sounds different is because there's somebody else that's writing that speech and not making her seem so. And like when she wants to laugh, like they have like a footnote that says "Don't laugh."
Crystal saying to comment on Cork, they were saying if there's any state we'd be willing to sacrifice, or no, I think Crystal said that. Random thought: China owns most U.S. debt. Would you be willing to give up, say, a state or territory to clear the debt? And someone said California, nominate California. She says Divinity. Any comment on this? And the comment is our GDP is wonderful. We produce tons of produce and tons of stuff here. Our politics are shit, but our weather is wonderful, and we give a lot to our country. So I wouldn't go ahead and get rid of California that quick.
Yeah, I mean, California in itself could be its own country with its GDP that it's at. They really could. Handing it over to somebody like China would not be a good deal. They'd run roughshod over everything. Because then they'd move troops, they'd move different things into place or whatever, and just be like right here on, mainland. And we don't need them being on mainland anywhere. That'd be scary.
Kind of makes you wonder if Biden would sell it though, or some of it, because they've been looking to buy Chinese colonies. Like
You just pull it right out of his back pocket and say,
China's
"Here
already
you go."
bought up a shitload of California. They're not going to want something they own most of.
That's also a good point. I mean, 10 cents.
Like a lot of it. They own
insane.
a lot. Most of our Northern California lumber. Ooh. I'll be back.
Oh. Yeah, the dog wants attention now. Okay.
Exactly, Barbara.
Oh, there she
Pedo
goes.
Peter.
Oh,
Pelosi's
Matthew's.
flaky tits.
Oh, yo, Matthew, what's this? Kamala has full-time communications people working with her, and she still has fake, or she's still this fake and cringe. Well, let's be fair. She's been firing a lot of people that have been working under her. Like, I think they said something like she has one of the highest
Highest
turnover
percentage of,
rates.
yeah, exactly.
It's insane. Like, people can't leave as fast enough as they get in. It's, you know. I mean, the only thing that makes sense to me is that she's dealing with some kind of disability post-attack, and you know they're trying to figure that out.
Kamala is carpet burn.
Short order cook one. China said they would not go to war. They didn't need to. They would buy countries out, and that's what they were doing. Well, not
I was just
necessarily.
reading that. I was like, oh, what's this say? Oh, yeah. I usually read them before I read them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I did too. I was like, well, you know, looking from China, even though they have a lot of money through trade from us in Europe, it's not like they are without their own issues. Their real estate is suffering something fierce right now. There's something like $9 trillion on the line in that industry. And right now, you're seeing a complete and total self-destruction of their own economy through these construction companies that have essentially overpromised their investors about the units that they were building. So instead of actually building the units that they were paid to make, they actually used that money to buy up more land. And then on top of that, it's leading to a lot of unfulfilled promises. And they were supported by the local governments because that's how they make money, is from those deals with those companies. So now the CCP is scared to death from all the people that are starting to come out, because that's like their main way of retirement. They do these house schemes where they just buy a house, hold on to it, sell it for a ridiculous amount of money, because it's also a sign of prestige to Chinese people when they get a house. That's how they get married and kind of go to that next tier of life after they graduate school. So, it's actually a pretty big deal. It's probably going to lead to a major civil war later down the road, if not another Tiananmen Square incident.
Around here, we just agree in silence. That's how we do it.
Yes.
That is the way.
I was actually, I'm actually reading Discord and what's going on in there as well. And yeah, I mean, there's a lots of interesting, there's just so much to think about when you're running a YouTube channel that you just don't think of. I just don't even know anymore.
We'll stop doing lives.
Oh shit!
You're supposed to just make your news, and then do premieres, and then you can come and interact with your chat, and you don't have to worry about any of that, right?
But that's not fun.
It's not going to be fun if we're not allowed to say fuck.
But we just did. Fuck.
I'm just saying. We'll talk about it.
Or Kumcha. Or what I'm saying? Come slow. Not that bit.
Slit.
Oh shit.
He's like, I thought my microphone was off, and I just said a whole bunch of things.
I was trying not to get you to say that horrible word earlier.
Yeah.
Hey, don't say this, blah blah blah.
Shameful display.
Come on, you could say it. You could say it. No,
Stop.
I'm just joking.
We can all think that way and just giggle and laugh as we're like all thinking the same thing. Oh.
It was in my head, but yeah, I'm with you, man. All the love, bro.
So what else? Apocalypse? Is that what that says?
Apocalypse. Oh yeah.
Johnny Apocalypse.
Exactly.
What else is happening in the world?
Oh gosh. Well, let's
There's
see.
so much. Didn't you pay attention to the news broadcast that we just did?
No, I was listening to other chats. I had you on, but I was just listening to everybody at the same time. Some stuff slipped by.
Uh-huh.
Well,
I see how it
Did we
is.
listen to like in like 5 different streams?
What'd you say, Toy Box?
You're always on like 5 different streams, right?
Well, at nighttime when they all start up, I'm like, okay, what is everybody going to be talking about so I can figure out what I want to hear the most? So at the beginning, which is when they do all their news, I'm like trying to figure it out. Sorry.
Well, that's a good way of doing research. Yeah. Just kind of hop on, see what the main topics are going to be. They usually address them in the first 5 minutes anyways.
And all my friends can't be in every chat, so I have to go say hi to them wherever they decided to go. And I still don't find, I mean, also to be fair, Koolfrogg, I don't make money by sitting here. I do make money when I go there and listen to things and things are interesting or odd and I post them.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can't do that
yeah.
without being there. And I still, even when I'm in several different places, there are chats that I'm not able to get to, or I guess streams that I'm not able to get to. I'm there. I'm listening for the interesting stuff, but I'm there for the chat. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's just funny. I was never even this engaged with like any YouTube channel at all until the pandemic hit, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, here's a retirement package, John. Now you can relax and do whatever for this time. And I'm like, oh, great, thanks. And now it's like, okay, here we are. Hello.
Yeah, right.
Question, Koolfrogg. A Tweety said, yes, ruining fudge is better than being yeeted from YouTube. Will you get yeeted from YouTube if those words appear in your chat?
I'm responsible for everything that happens in chat, anything that comes out of anybody in room. It's basically it's up to me to make sure everybody understands what they can and can't say. Well, I don't even know half of the stuff that you can and can't say. That's the hard one. Is it's like well, what can't what it's like looking at somebody like Nick Arcade and the stuff that he just went through. He didn't realize what he was actually going to watch or what he was going into, and
Clearly,
it was
you can't post a dude getting murked, obviously. But
well,
I'm asking about the stuff
exactly.
that we're blocking in chat specifically and being yeeted from YouTube specifically for that. That's
A good one to talk to about that is a couple of these people that have actually been around. Like I said, the person that's actually leading this said mod group of germs. I'm sure C. Goody knows a lot of these, what can and can't be said. These guys are going to know more than what I am. I've only been doing this stuff for 7 months. I don't know all this stuff.
Well, nowadays it's been like, I mean, they've done at least 20 different terms of services changes that I've noticed, like and they just kind of keep changing and adding to what can't be talked about or said in it, and it just kind of makes it, I mean, I get what you're saying, it is confusing, but at the end of the day, some people can broach the subjects, but they still have to have a lot of people to back them in case YouTube decides to be like, oh no, this is actually against our community guidelines. And then when arguing against it, it usually has to be some kind of major effort, at least on Twitter or something, to get them to drop whatever kind of strike or whatever that they support on your channel.
So I'm just catching this question. I didn't realize that it was there. So Crystal asked probably a stupid question, but has China actually invaded another country before, say in the last 150 years? Need to Google. The thing is it's usually proxy war. It's usually nothing that they're actually like personally into or whatever. They're just funding other countries to actually fight, their civil wars from, the communistic side of things. So I mean, not necessarily did they do it personally, but yet they're funding things to actually make it happen. You can pretty much say anything you want after 2.5 hour mark, assuming nobody reports it. And that's the thing, is somebody decides that they want to just go ahead and they want to report me, like hit
That's an
that button or
assumption.
whatever. They could, easily,
They could do that
yeet
even
me
if there's
for
nothing on there.
right,
If
even
somebody's
if there's
being a jerk,
nothing.
right? And
Exactly.
so then he also said, "Don't take that as advice."
Yeah,
You have to read it.
Chris. So exactly what our countries do too. Yes, yeah, exactly. It's exactly what happens is we fight all these proxy wars, and we never actually um, create our own. We just fight everybody else's. I was just thinking about that. Hello, Hayden. How you doing? This is a Chinese-Indian border dispute. There's very large amount of troops and airstrips and areas along the whole border between India and China that if something ever went down, there'd be a massive war in between the two. And it's been something that's been like that for, I don't know, at least a couple of decades, if not longer, where they've actually had, some disputes along that mountain range that's in between there.
It's also good to keep in mind, like with China, they did go into a land war, but it was with Vietnam in 1979. But it became the war that they don't talk about because that was part of the ceasefire. They don't talk about it between their peoples because at the time Vietnam was partnered with then Soviet Union before they broke up, and China wanted to show how weak Soviet Union was. So after Vietnam attacked Cambodia at that time and took out their plant politicians that they had there. They rolled in pretty hard with their PLA, utilizing what many strategists from the U.S. were able to observe was the human wave tactic, just throwing, literally millions of people in all that ground and just, stomping right through it. So, it's scary to think of ever going into a war with China on land because, again, the number of troops that they have is just absolutely insane. Short of nukes,
Right.
it's like I don't see how anyone wins that kind of war. Because even we could team up with all of Europe, South America, Canada, go in and it would, no. Without nukes, it wouldn't happen. We wouldn't have the population for it.
Which is disturbing. So see, Germs has said 60 some odd people just died on the border dispute not too long ago. So I mean, there is a dispute that's actively going on in between China and India. It's been there.
It
It's
is.
been there.
It's over fresh water because there's this major freshwater supply that China has been wanting for their farms because that's one of the reasons that their farms haven't been doing so well. They don't have the amount of water that they need. So
Sure.
they've been
All
wanting
that
to
water
secure
that
that
comes off of
land.
those mountains. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That's been a hotly contested, though it's mainly been fought with rocks, which is fun fact. The units there literally have rock fights. So that's how land changes in that border. That's quite interesting.
I'm gonna actually unpin this message. Hello, Germs.
I think
Yeah.
everyone's having the same problem.
Everybody has the same exact problem every single time. It's nothing new, really.
I had mine saved until I started playing with my stuff for the stream last night, and then everything just went to crap.
Half of the U.S. and China.
That happens every time, Germs.
Mic check.
There you are.
There you go.
So
see, I just had to select something else, and then select it again. I'm going to blame StreamYard.
Yeah.
That, and also I am dumb.
Yeah.
Well, blame Restream because that's the crap that I'm
Oh,
using.
right, Restream.
Right.
But
only for another 9 days. This paid subscription is going to go away in 9 days, and everything will be transferred. And I'll start an actual StreamYard as opposed to using.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Restream.
So the talking about China stuff is really interesting to me. That's something that I spend a lot of time trying to figure out China, and like, of course, fucking dumb Westerner. But it's something I did actually put effort into, and yeah, like their Belt and Road Initiative is probably like the creepiest thing that I've heard. It's
Crystal. Sorry. Her 2-part comment is just hilarious.
I am a pretty little lady. Excuse me. What are you
That's what I'm
trying to
laughing at,
say?
Mims. Yeah, that's funny. Why would you think Germs is a woman? Seems manly. Look at the name. It's like
But yeah, their Belt and Road Initiative is like one of the creepiest things in how it affects like the WHO and how it affects Africa especially. Like the way that they've gone into Africa and just sort of done their, like a lot of commies, whenever you're making fun of internet commies and shit, they get really butthurt and they're like, you're a colonialist. But the colonizing of Africa is something that should be concerned. Like we should be concerned about that. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is where it is a source of rare earth materials that we don't get from many other places. And China goes there and they go build shit. And like there's this movie called fuck, what is it? Empire of Dust.
They all thought you were a girl.
Oh, really?
Dude. Oh,
I'm a pretty little lady. What are you guys talking about?
How dare we?
I don't know. She sounds pretty hot to me.
So, it's called the Empire of Dust, and basically they're talking about like how other countries would like in the United States is guilty of this as well, going into Africa and trying to build infrastructure so that we can extract those materials, and then at a certain point just abandoning it. And then what happens to these people and what happens to their communities when the only jobs that were there were because, these other people came in and then they gave them resources and shit, like how fucked up it is when people do that to other countries. Like, but the Belt and Road Initiative also includes stuff like the way that Chinese, the CCP, and when I say Chinese, please don't think that I'm being racist against Chinese people. I like Chinese people, but the CCP is different. And when you separate the people from the government, the CCP is fucking evil. But, so they'll send in all of these resources and shit. And one of the most fucked up things, like they were doing that to Zimbabwe, as well as like when farmers can't compete with free. Regardless of how hard you work, you can't compete with free. Right. So when we do that to other people, or other people do that, like the CCP does that to Africa, it fucks with these people. And it's like, the results are tragic, to them every once in a while. Like it's beneficial in the moment, but it's like, wait a minute, what's the limiting factor here? Something bad's going to happen if we depend on this too much, and it pushes out the people who actually grow the food. Like that's bad news. We don't need that. Like that's a terrible fucking thing to happen to someone.
Well, that's like Walmart in every small town in America, right? There's no mom and pop shops anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just sad that the way that they've conducted themselves in that region is really their greater strategy in wanting to take over the Indian Ocean. because they've been wanting to checkmate India's influence in that area ever since they started wanting to expand in that domain in India. The only thing that really stopped them is that their soldiers really don't know how to fight in winter. Back in 2021, 2020, they were conducting some military operations with Canada to get their PLA soldiers that they were planning to commit to taking that area experience with winter warfare and fighting in the snow. So again, that's like been the only thing that's kept them back from expanding really hard into India. But at the same time, choking off their trade is their other strategy in trying to take that same land.
Yeah, stuff like that really interests me, and whenever people want to have conversations about that, I'd love to at least just put my ear to the wall. Like that's something that kind of like spins the gears in my head. I like it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a rumor that went around back during the beginning of the pandemic, something I can't really discuss here on YouTube, but I mean, there's interesting things that came out, and especially into our revolving relationship with India recently. But a lot of that, it's really interesting to see the culmination of diplomacy since the Cold War, because it's really shown just how far we came along before we decided to turn everything into clown world. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens coming in August here when the crops start coming in. It's only going to be 40% of what was planned for the year, but the bug brands, have you noticed those bug commercials, like when Nicole Kidman eating the horned worm?
No.
Yeah, they're literally going to be supplementing processed foods and flour with like crickets, cricket meat, cricket. Yeah, unfortunately, it's true. FDA approved it.
UK did something recently where they actually just built a huge facility that's producing crickets. And it's kind of disgusting.
Exactly.
Massive.
They're already selling cricket flour that technically you're supposed to just add with regular flour. It's supposed to be like this additive, I guess.
I know what my plan is.
Tell me.
Absolutely refuse it. If I see it in the stores, I'm gonna fuck it up. Dude, wait a minute. Is that the bag slasher? That's the bag slasher. I'm like, no, I'm wearing a mask for COVID. that's why I'm wearing a mask. No, if you see it, fuck it up. It's like, sorry, no, don't commit crimes, people. That's illegal. But if someone who looks,
we're not condoning anybody to do such a thing at all.
If someone who looks a lot like you were to spot these products on the shelves and were to fuck them up, I would feel terrible. It would break my heart. But just absolutely refuse. Maybe if you see it in someone else's cart, have a nice discussion with them, or pick it up and throw it out.
Yeah, just pick it out.
Food waste. It's a good thing to know. Yum Yum Brands owns, of course, many restaurants that we eat, fast food restaurants, as well as Tyson
Absolutely.
Food.
Okay.
And Tyson's Chicken. Have you had any Tyson's Chicken recently, by chance?
I have not.
No.
Okay, that's good.
God.
All processed meats that are being sold right now, and the companies like McDonald's and the like that kind of make their own chicken products. They're
There's
actually
multiple reasons why they do not eat at a fast food restaurant.
Exactly. They've got these bio 3D printers. That's a thing now. And they take the grounded meats from the bugs and literally make them look like chicken. They mix it up with they grind the chicken, they grind the meat.
Oh, we got a bug.
Here's the weird thing for me. Oh, hey, dude, you made it. You got porn spam bots now? Fantastic, dude. Good job. I'm not telling anyone else how to live their life. But I'm just saying that that's something that I absolutely will not accept. And it's been a while since I took a biology class, but I've never looked at a cricket and found the meat part. Have you guys? Do you guys know where the meat part is?
No, it takes 3 to 4 times the amount of cricket meat consumption to equal up to, commensurate amount of chicken. So, you definitely have to eat more to get the same nutritional benefits. But I have seen bug restaurants, oddly enough. My ex took my son to
French?
one. And no, it was one with.
I bet they're French. Sorry, I have some suspicions.
It
Never
was.
mind, that's my bias.
There's actually bug restaurants here. Like, believe it or not, they've been here for so long. I think since when I started paying attention to them in 2012, and apparently they've been around for a while. They sell things like fried spiders and tarantulas and spaghetti worms. And, oh my god!
No.
Yeah, these survivalists and people that have done, survival training, they literally, the ones that have developed that kind of alternative taste have apparently created enough of a market where these restaurants thrive. And, yeah, like now for some areas that don't have quite the market, they're only open as like certain times out of the year. And then they do like these huge openings and people literally flood those restaurants and partake in the menus that are offered. And it's interesting how appetizing they've actually made them. I haven't tried it myself, but I mean, I'm sure that at some point, maybe 5-10 years down the road, if they decide to continue limiting the amount of farmland to be used, that might be a thing.
Something I do remember from like some sort of like survival book was, if you're going to eat a cricket, you have to tear its back legs off, or it can be caught in your throat when you're swallowing it.
Because of those spiky things that they have on
Yeah,
them?
100% that. Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, it's like when you see a shrimp and you see all of its little outer layer. I mean, you literally have to peel all of that off.
I don't eat
Hey,
that. Shrimp are the worst.
Shrimp's one of the grossest foods to me. Okay, so tell me, when processing shrimp, when do you cut out the waste product? When do you cut the poop out of it, like you would a normal animal? You don't, because you eat it. You're welcome.
Well, that's that little line. You can
Well,
actually cut it out.
You
It's
actually cut it out
back.
yourself, then you really see it. Also, what happened to the American tradition of like chicken nuggets just being like chicken beaks and chicken anuses? Like crickets.
Did you say beaks?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is
Beaks
this true?
Chicken anuses.
Beak is the best part. You guys don't eat that?
Yeah.
I'm never gonna survive, am I?
Not on zingers alone. You got to eat other things.
Fuck off, Koolfrogg. I'm so fucked. Yeah, I don't think. Well, here's the thing. I actually have been prepping for a long time, and so I have. I mean, I'm gonna be able to last for a while, but damn, after that, I wonder if I should start with the gourmet bugs now at those restaurants, just so I know which ones I like when they're prepared correctly.
Oh, right.
Exactly. Get ahead of the trend. Get ahead of the trend.
Yeah, you're like, figure out which ones you like.
Yeah, I don't want to waste my time catching like a
Start with
lizard
the
if I'm
fun
not
ones.
even really gonna want it.
Yeah, it was good. I don't know. I had a cat that ate a lizard once, and it got really sick. So I don't know if I'm going to eat a lizard.
But there's more meat
Well,
on it than
no,
a
like
cricket.
you wouldn't eat them from the wild. You would have to literally,
Farm them.
Yeah, farm them. Like what a lot of these bug farmers are doing right now. They literally take a bunch of feed and they just put the bugs in there and they just do their thing. So, yeah, it's pretty gross.
And it's catching on. That's what's weird to me.
Well, they say that they're going to try to limit the total carbon footprint by farms by something like 60% or something like that.
From my understanding, the current things that are going on is they're trying to limit nitrogen, not so much CO2. So, yeah, I suppose, but it, like with the whole farming restrictions and stuff like that, the thing that really pissed off those Dutch farmers was they're saying, yeah, you're only going to be able to do 30%, or it's like there's a 30% in there, and I'm not sure if it's a 30% limit or if it's like now they can only do 30% less.
You know, they said it was ongoing. So from now on, they're limited to the amount of farm space that they can use.
Trick question: bugs are parasites.
But we eat honey, and that's like bug poop. So who cares about the shrimp poop, right? Or is it just
Well,
excrement without being poop? Okay.
Why you eating the shrimp?
I really don't. I really don't
weird.
know. And like trying the
It
weird.
was a consensual agreement. Everybody just agreed with in silence again.
Love it.
Well, the thing, the weird thing to me is that like full court press to make it normal, and then you have like, oh, a celebrity ate bugs. Well, if it's good enough for the rich and famous, and it's good enough for me. It's like, well, yeah, people are dumb. Like as a group, no one's dumber than all of us, but to see that I'm getting creepy vibes. I don't know what the fuck it is, but someone smarter than me could explain it. But there's some I don't get the push, like especially the immediate push and the push during people, food shortages and shit like that. It's like, I don't know. I just like my bullshit alarm goes off.
Yeah.
I don't
Good
know.
night, Barbara.
Good night, Barbara.
Okay, so you guys call her Barbara, but I read it as Babara.
Oh, let me go look. I was
Wow.
just copying him. Let me go look.
That's how you spell Barbara.
Barbara. Yeah.
Bar. There's an extra R in there.
No,
Barbara?
there's not an extra R. That's how you spell Barbara.
B-A-R-B. No,
Bar-
shit. I gotta go look at my
Barbara.
friend Barb's name.
Barbara.
B-R-A. It would be.
B-A-R-B-R-A. Barb.
Yeah, that's Babara.
No, it's
An extra
Barbara.
A. Barbara, you need to learn how to spell your name.
No, she's right because my friend
Jesus
Barbara
Christ.
in my phone has all those A's in it.
It's Barbara. That's it. Exactly. Barbara.
Barbara.
Just hates Barbara.
Are you thinking
Barbara.
of like, the Muppets person? What was it?
Like the war.
Barbara.
Bruh.
We are derailed.
Look, I can't spell either, so like, you guys tell me when I'm being dumb.
You're being dumb.
Well, I just told you.
Barbara, if you tweeting agrees with me, how dare you? You're all wrong.
Yeah, I think you were thinking of a last name like Hanna-Barbera or something like that.
She's like, Barbara, it's been in my family for generations.
Look, you can be wrong for generations. That's okay.
Yeah.
I live many lies.
I'm sorry. Have a good night.
Wait,
We
so
love you,
curious.
Barbara.
Nitrogen, is that what comes from the farts? What,
Part of it.
does
Yeah, methane.
farts.
Methane. Yeah,
and
methane.
where does nitrogen come from?
Nitrogen is you breathe in more nitrogen than you do oxygen. Nitrogen is a normal atmosphere gas.
Oh. So how do you get rid of nitrogen? When you said, I thought
By
you
the
said
simple
that,
reduction of humans. Oh.
By this, exactly. You have to dress it up in really nice language so you don't sound like you're trying to start a Holocaust. Like, with the simple reduction of humans. Like,
but that's
you're
carbon,
like,
right?
Wait a
It's
minute.
more carbon than anything, and they definitely want to reduce the carbon emissions.
Yeah, methane's what comes from
Well,
farm.
I mean, that was the outcome of the Gates Foundation.
Sorry,
And then-
the nitrogen aspect of it is that nitrogen's in fertilizer, and they're limiting fertilizer.
So it's in the
because-
poop, not the farts.
Something like that, yeah. So, or also, well, because like when you're planting, there's 3 numbers on a bag of fertilizer, and those 3 numbers have to do with phosphorus, nitrogen, and something else. And
Potassium.
maybe I'm not 100% sure, but there's 3 numbers on the bag, and nitrogen is one of them. And one of the things is that they're trying to limit, because when you're using fertilizer and there's runoff, and farms are famous for runoff, you can see it along like the Mississippi River is the first time that I remember being told about it. But the nitrogen can run off into the water, and it fucks the water up. So they're trying to limit nitrogen, from my understanding. But again, I could totally be wrong. Someone in chat could.
So the plants that they're
explain-
using good morning, Grim. The plants that
Barbie.
they're using that particular type
So,
of
Grim?
fertilizer on aren't uptaking the nitrogen enough, and they're not doing like crop rotation like they used to do back in the day.
Yeah, like it.
So
I
it's building
think.
up.
Yeah, I think the complaint is that it runs off into the water, and that causes problems. And that's why they're saying you can't do that anymore. And hey, what's up, Grim?
And then what is that? Is there something that replaces that? Just that's because that's when the bugs start replacing that? Because they don't need to grow like a plant does. Oh wait, the bugs are going to replace meat, right?
Exactly. So there's not going to be a need to have as much livestock, which kind of, I think, explains some of the weird incidents of just mass graves of dead cows recently.
Yeah.
Also, heat wave is another one. Like those recent heat waves killed a bunch of shit, like a bunch of shit. But like, or the way that some people run farms, like I've seen some really nasty shit. Like I'm not anti-food, anti-whatever, but I've seen some nasty shit on farms. It's like what the hell is wrong with you? There's a reason people don't want to live next to a livestock farm. The last place I lived, I was like 2 or 3 miles from a chicken farm. The ammonia smell when the wind was blowing the right direction, that was like, oh Jesus, this is awful. So yeah, I don't know.
There you go. There's Grim.
Algal
blooms can be dramatic and are a result of excess nutrients from fertilizer, wastewater, and stormwater runoff, coinciding with lots of sunlight, warm temperature, and shallow, slow falling water.
And then the algae blooms, they are bad for humans and plants and animals.
For the ecosystem in itself.
I think that happens up in Northern California a lot. Like you can't, like your dogs shouldn't go in the water and shit like that.
There.
I mean, I'm sure
there was the first part of his statement right there.
Yeah.
It
They said
flipped
the same
this
thing.
one. Fertilizers cause blooms in water, screwing up the ecosystem.
Oh, I see.
I mean, to me, if anything, that just justifies, more areas to, just filter the water and then just put it back into the, into the system rather than limiting farmland. But I know it's more expensive, but it's better than risking famine.
Mm-hmm. Have any of you ever flown across the country?
Yeah.
A few times.
Okay, so when you look down, like I don't know, this is just something I'm trying to like make it fit in my head. It's like those of you who've flown across the country, you see like the middle of the country, there's just nothing. You see those weird circles because that's how they irrigate and shit like that. And it's like I'm just trying to wrap my head around it because like getting rid of that. And I understand there are irresponsible farmers. I wouldn't say most of them are responsible, but it's just something that I'm trying to, I have to unwind it and understand it. And it takes me a bit.
I think it really depends on the country. I mean, there's certain guidelines to having a farm, even here in the United States. But, I'm still kind of studying that for when I go off the grid myself. So it's, there's a lot to it. And there's a lot to unpack from even the things that I have read about so far. But, I mean, you think about it in terms of practicality. A lot of these farmers, especially older farmers who, have been at their trade and, learned from their family, and some who are new farmers like Bill Gates who are just holding on to the land. I mean, you don't necessarily know if there's going to be an exact standard from farm to farm that's going to be adhered to from state to state. It's more like, I think still mainly Wild West territory, mostly. you know, it's just based on a lot of these farmers if they decide to be commercial or just off the grid. Because I mean, an off the grid farmer is less likely to be adhering to proper irrigation standards for their state. As,
Right.
you know, they're just looking, you know, it's probably even their first farm to
I was
raise.
just looking at that comment.
There have been some great results in Aussie farms in rehabilitating land by planting native grasses and plants.
Or like moving the farms. There's still plenty of land around. It's not like we're out of land somehow.
Well, Bill Gates has been consuming off a lot of farmland, so.
Still, even with that.
A lot of the extra land right now, like I've been looking at land in Florida. I mean, you look at Jackson County, it's over one of the largest aquifers in the world, you know, and they still have so much undeveloped land. But again, it's undeveloped, so it would have to be, the trees would have to be cut down, which I think require their own permits to do that. And then when that land's cleared, I think there's a certain types
I'm
of
gonna watch that
crops
video in a
that you're
bit.
allowed to plant. So.
Tweety says we're conditioned to rely upon grocery stores in lieu of growing our own food. Thanks, boomers. Yeah, and I mean, there's so many people that just are like, "What are you talking about?"
Exactly.
The grocery store grows food, don't they? Nope.
Grim,
Absolutely not.
Grim's right. Like seriously, you don't actually own stuff. Like you don't get to own land. If you have to pay property taxes, like if you think, okay, if I were to work hard enough, I would make enough money to where I can purchase a piece of land, and then you guys leave me the fuck alone. Nope. Guess what? Property taxes. Why? Because fuck you.
Yep.
Right.
That's true.
I look at
but-
my parents that live in the state of Minnesota, and they're actually having an issue because they're both actually retired. You know, because they're in their almost in their 70s, and you know, I told them both. I said, just get the heck out of Minnesota. Stop living there because the property taxes are so large, and they complain about it all the time. How much they have to pay in, and I'm like, then stop. Move. Sell the
like-
damn house. Take the money while you can. But they refuse to, you know, so it's like, whatever.
Well, usually a lot of people don't like to, you know, just leave their home, you know. It's usually pretty daunting to like organize a move and then having to let all your family and friends know that you're going to be leaving that house. And then there's always going to be those friends and family who never get the message, and then they try and show up anyways after you leave. It's just,
Yeah, you know, it'll drive people to do insane shit, you know, like armor a bulldozer and take a cruise around town. Shit like that. That was over property stuff. It was because those people were messing with him. He didn't like that. And when he hit the end of his rope, he was like, all right, here we go.
yeah, I mean, they literally wouldn't let him make that pipe through that other person's property. They said, oh, well, you know, you're going to have to have that pipe installed around the property and cost
Somebody
3 times as
smite
much.
that bot. That bot came back. Holler at it. Tell it it's a piece of shit. Oh. I'm going to see if I can't throw it into the community tab and actually remove them completely.
You know, YouTube will chase you down for saying mean things about people. However, they don't seem to have a huge or efficient means of dealing with the same porn spam bots.
Yeah,
Funny
right.
how those efforts are spent.
Well, they already regulated the porn industry with the banks and payment processors. They kind of went through and started regulating a lot of their content, saying, oh, you need to take out X and X content or else we're going to stop and cut off all of your avenues of payment processing.
The cause of that, the result of that is CC Bill, and CC Bill built a data center in Phoenix. They spent over $1 billion building a tier 1 data center because of the regulation, and then they became the regulators. And what they did is, that's an endless topic I could speak on. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that.
Add
Yeah, I mean, it's insane.
XYZ to the banned word list. Oh, that's a
There we
thought.
go.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's a thought. Thank you. Thank you for the idea.
Super call me with his banned speech ideas.
I've never been to a legitimate XYZ domain. I can't think of one website that I've been to that ends, the TLD is XYZ. It's always been sus. Like, something's fucked up about this. I don't like it.
Wait, that's the website.
Whatever,
right there?
Grim.
Yeah, like they have crazy dot, They even had like a whitehouse.com. It's
Why was that?
They actually seized that.
did they finally seize it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it was a bunch of students or something that were typing it in, and they were like, "Hey, look, like for instance, someone bought BritneySpears.com one time, and they lorded it over her, and they were just being dicks about it. And eventually, a court's like, "Yeah, you did this to be a dick, and we don't think that you have a legitimate copyright claim, to this. And even though you did buy the domain, we're gonna take it from you."
Damn.
Wow, that's horrible. Because I mean, when you think about the way that courts can just seize things that you purchase nowadays. I mean, even though the intent I agree with, it's just the concept that again,
they can take it from you.
Exactly. I mean, if she had been interested in that, she would have bought it herself before the other guy would have gotten it, and probably would have been in talks to buy it from him. And
just letting you know, something's going up with your mic where it sounds like it's screaming.
Oh, okay. Here, let me fix this. I'll just connect it. I had it on wireless mode.
Oh, gotcha.
Seize him, Caesar. Make up my mind. Okay.
I know, I couldn't figure it out either.
So do you guys pronounce it Caesar or Kaiser?
Oh.
Oh my lord.
Caesar?
I always say Caesar, even if it is Kaiser. I'm still gonna say Caesar.
Is it Kaiser?
Two.
What's a Kaiser?
Well, it's pronounced differently. Fallout New Vegas. I'm a retard. I learned it from a video game. No,
because some game said something to you, you're gonna be like,
correct.
Yeah, the game.
Caesar. Yeah, I pronounce it. No. But there have been arguments on the pronunciation of that specific word and how it's pronounced. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, every nation has their own pronunciations for different names and words. It's like toupee versus
See, that's
toe.
what I was thinking of. A tweet you just put up there. Do you call it a Kaiser salad?
When I'm ordering, who buys salad? That's rabbit food. No. Yeah.
Sees him, sees her. Bugs Bunny joke from way back. Yeah. There you go.
You guys see that Ricada posted his first video in a long time?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did we watch it? Somebody watched it.
Didn't we watch it with Madcore?
Is that when that was? Ugh. There you go.
Oh,
we weren't even on stream. Never mind.
Right. We were in the back room after the stream or whatever and watched it.
Do you want to play it? Has everybody in here seen it?
I have not, personally.
I mean...
Caesar salad.
Caesar. Good stuff.
It's a short, so it might not even be the one that we saw.
Right. It is a short. It was only 3 minutes long.
Mm-hmm. That's what I remember.
How long are shorts?
It wasn't made as a YouTube short. It was just
it
made
wasn't
as
even that. It was
video.
7 hours ago for 2 minutes and 13 seconds. And it says YouTube gave me a 7-day suspension that lasted 10 days.
That makes sense, Crystal.
And he bitches and says, "Can they count?" And he gave him a big fuck you. So, and it was a stern fuck you.
Exactly. I mean, they've been really hammering on him a lot, especially for his night shows. Though it was hilarious when he did his first day stream during Rittenhouse and the numbers he pulled in before they could get his shadow ban on his day stream.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he expanded very large back then. He was still growing 469K. I can't believe that YouTube would actually be willing to actually not allow him to come back after the 7 days. Because damn well they make money off of everything that he does.
No, that's not what they're about though. They don't care about money. It's all imaginary to them.
Yeah, right.
Because of the socio economy, they're like, oh, money isn't real, it's imaginary. We can just print it as much as we want. And that's a lot of the money that BlackRock and Vanguard have been using to buy up land recently.
All right, just real quick, Grimm's Bar. No. Don't do that. No.
Are you talking about the fart box?
Yes. No.
Seizure salad. I'm not going to read the whole thing.
Also, Johnny Apocalypse, I wanted to say just a quick compliment. You're really good with that push to talk. I noticed that, like, otherwise there's room noise, but you're really good with the push to talk button. Good job.
Appreciate you, bro.
Need to do some work. Go stay and listen, but can't chat. It's all right. We enjoy your banter, comments, Crystal. It's good
Yeah,
stuff.
I think I actually got to take off, you guys.
Yeah, Divinity was.
I seen you said that a while ago.
Yeah, well,
we just didn't believe you. This is a game of chicken.
I was hoping to do a chat, but I gotta go. It was fun. Thanks, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Drive safe.
Right. Have a good night.
So we've run out of things to talk about?
Maybe. I don't know. You guys are doing just fine.
So no AmericaShirts tonight?
No, he was here.
Oh, okay.
He kicked out just before Divinity came in, or just after Divinity came in. We had done 2.5 hours of regular show, and then we were like, I just kind of said, there's one person that does have the link. If she wants to come in here, she can come in here. Otherwise, we'll close down shop. And she ended up coming in here too. And that was Divinity, obviously. She came in here. We were going to hold the conversation. And we're like, let's see if we can't bring some more people in here that are willing to hold a conversation. And we met Johnny Apocalypse of all people. He seems fairly intelligent and.
Yeah,
that's absolutely my pleasure. Yeah, I appreciate you for the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you part of our Discord?
Yes. I just joined.
You just joined? Okay. Oh, that's right. You did. We usually hold open mics on Friday and Saturday for sure. Whatever. If you ever want to come back, just let me know. Whatever. I don't like posting links to chat. I'd rather send it private.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
So if you ever want to, just say something and we'll throw you in. I do have a couple shows set up already for Friday and Saturday with specific guests. Friday is supposed to be.
I was going to say, you better tell us with some teasers.
Oh yeah, I already seriously put stuff up for Friday and Saturday. Toy Box Brain is supposed to be Friday. Outpost Nerd will be Saturday.
Good night, Cynthia.
Good night, Cynthia. Have a good one.
Have a good night, Cynthia.
Sorry, Toy Box Brain.
Did some damage at Macy's home sale? That's crazy. If you're willing, you can go up and you can hit that buymeacoffee.com/Koolfrogg. You can support me in my adventures through the YouTube world.
But you said toy box, and then what's next?
Toy Box Brain on Friday, and Outpost Nerd is supposed to be here on Saturday for sure.
Oh, Outpost Nerd's a good guy. I like him.
Yeah, he's fun to talk to. He'll actually tell you straight out that he didn't know that he was actually going to do most of the stuff or whatever. It was me that actually brought him around the first time, and he's really enjoyed his adventure so far.
I think he deletes all of his videos or something. I don't know. I was looking at his channel one time trying to find a stream, and it wasn't there.
Oh.
I don't know. I'll ask him about it sometime. I don't mean like I'm not casting shade or anything.
No, yeah, I'd have to look to see if he actually did. He said that he was going to actually create he calls them transmissions. He was going to do another transmission either Wednesday or Thursday himself. And then
You fucking weirdo. I like that so much.
Right? It's like, yeah, I mean, just for what it is, it's like, yeah, okay, nerd.
Yeah, right? That's pretty funny.
Excellent. Well, it's been a pleasure, guys. I think I'm going to call it a night, and it's been a pleasure.
Good point, Tweety. It's been very nice meeting you. Yeah, take care.
Peace.
What the hell is this, Grim? Hold on. Thank you for joining us. Have a good one. Oh, he left before I.
Crystal linked something that I'm going to watch after this. She was talking about, I think it was the farmland stuff. I got a link open or a tab open.
What's going on?
Oh, just a video I'm going to be watching after this. Something that Crystal linked.
Oh, yeah.
She's really smart.
I was unable to actually clip that.
I'll link you in Discord.
Grim, I can't catch your video that you're actually trying to. It's disallowing me to click on it, and I really hate Restream. I'm so glad this Restream is going to be done after this week.
I've got it. I'll send it to you. What do you plan on using in the future?
Probably go over to StreamYard.
StreamYard?
It seems there's less issue on the StreamYard side. Grim's work nice. What? Oh, it's a clip.
Grim is like really good with clips.
Oh, that's so a bunch of us, myself, Grim, Expert and Volstrom were over there. Meme Copium was there. Divinity and Robin were both there, and on Madcore Mofo stuff. And we had there was a bunch of us that were there because it was his first time back or whatever. And he said that he was going to do some stuff or whatever. And it's freaking hilarious. I suppose I can show it. Let's do this. So it's from a Karen thing, and they were in Australia, so they were while watching this or whatever. And then all of a sudden, it just so happened to be what the lady had said, and it just made it so hilarious.
And guess what? I'm fucking Canadian. It started in
Did she just say it?
Poor Robin.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That just whole video.
What did I say earlier?
Yes.
What did I say earlier?
Yes.
Jeez.
Robin, do you know this chick?
Oh no, Grim is gonna love this shit.
Do you know this chick?
Clip's already blown up. This Karen in Australia, there's an accident basically or whatever. The person on front actually checked up or whatever. They smacked into the back end of the car a little bit, and when she went to go take off, she kind of scrapes along the side of the car and gets her car hung up on the hood. And as the car's hung up on the hood, she's still complaining and bitching, being a Karen to everybody in the area. And as she's sitting in there, they're like telling her whatever, and it just turns out to be that she I'm Canadian. It's like, oh no.
We may razz on Canadians every once in a while, but we really do love you.
The reason that we razz on them so bad is because it makes it funny, and it's nothing against Robin because Robin's
absolutely
from Canada.
She's a very nice person.
But if you watch the video and you actually paid attention to what she was doing, she like curled up in a ball on screen. It was great.
It's like, oh no.
Thanks, Grim. That was good stuff. All right. Well, let's see. Where are we at? We're at 5 hours. Did you have anything else you wanted to
No,
share
sir.
out before we? Okay.
I really joined in because of the China stuff, and that really interests me. So that and the
international news is interesting, especially when it comes to talking about what countries are trying to do and what they're doing, what they're currently doing with everybody else's property, and buying their way in. China's really done a lot, and yeah, it is something. Everybody, thank you. Have a wonderful night. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Do all those fun YouTube things that we expect of you, and then
or else.
Right, just do it. Don't ask. Don't think about it. Just do it. No. So then the other thing that you shouldn't ask about and should just do it is actually hit up my buymeacoffee.com/Koolfrogg and support me in my adventure of actually getting the show going. I noticed tonight again, I had picked up 10 subs since the show started. Thank you all so much. You're all wonderful people.
And thanks for the one thing I really like to see, and just even as an audience member, is seeing the regulars come back. I really like.
Yes, I'm really excited for these regulars that we didn't have for the longest time, that we just picked up in the last week, that are willing to continuously come back. Some of them, I really find it interesting which ones decided to stick around, and even ones that like Cynthia, whatever, picking on AmericaShirts for his whiny little voice. It's just wonderful. It's like even the ones that she continuously comes back. It's like, yes, thank you, thank you. Come back,
Megan. You as well. But yeah,
Megan's really seriously, a main reason that we exploded so much in the last week. She was the one that actually spent the money on Good Logic server to actually raid me, that brought these people in here to actually, give me seriously 100 subs that first night. It was wonderful. Thank you again, Megan.
Killed by You're Not Boring.
I'm sorry I was boring. No, you're not boring. We enjoy your company regardless to how boring or not you are.
Robin's a French Canadian lady, and she's super sweet, and she's always really nice.
Oh yeah, I've had
you'll meet her
plenty of conversations with Robin. She's just a wonderful person. Absolutely. Frogman should go live go live and do an editing stream of Robin on Madcore. I mean, you know, if there's enough footage, you know, we could totally do something. Maybe the next time that Grimm actually decides to say, yes, I'll show up for your show, he'll actually show up and we'll get to have Grimm on stream again.
Let the man have his rest.
Well, you know, it wasn't that he didn't get his rest. It was when he decided to finally take the rest was, you know,
Wrong
right
time.
over the top of his own party. He had no clue that it was a party. It was supposed to be a surprise, and that's why I didn't tell anybody. And then all of a sudden he didn't show up for his own party, and it was like everybody still showed up. He should actually check out that episode himself and see how many people actually said congratulations, Grimm.
Yes. He had his stream, his congratulatory stream. Good for him. But so we're wrapping this up, right?
Yes, we are. We were just so happened to be talking to chat a little bit there. So everybody have a wonderful night. Don't forget to come back tomorrow night, 10 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. Myself and AmericaShirts will be here. Thank you. Later.
Take care. Bye.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.